The most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency is my shepherd. I shall not want. It maketh me to lie down in green pastures. It leadeth me beside the still waters. It restoreth my soul. It leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for its name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency cannot fear evil. Its rod and its staff, they comfort it. It prepares the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. It anointeth my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall continue to follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the most super intelligent force of love possible forever. What's happening? Benton here. Wait a minute, one thing to check. Be right back. We got to check the fifth wheel release. Make sure we're good to roll out of the truck stop. Starting my day super early. It's still the day I stopped. Somewhere in the northwest corner of Georgia, about to be into Tennessee. Finishing up the last of the eggs here. Uh-oh. Okay. Final checks to make sure everything is within reach. We'll give a few minutes for folks that may want to file in. That's the thing. Man, I can tell I did a number on my voice yesterday. Speaking of delusion discourse, or maybe more correctly, what delusional discourses. I guess I was so strongly identified with delusion yesterday that I raised my voice on the, I believe, was it 3 streams yesterday? Whichever one was the last stream. I raised my voice and realized now that was perhaps unwise. Although it does seem like, based on the rest and how relaxed I got yesterday after my driving shift, seems that it was a helpful release of energy. So I believe it worked out. But perhaps in the future I will be a bit more careful with the old voice. But I've done enough yapping in my time to realize that most likely I will be able to talk my way through this, if that makes sense. One moment, please. As we turn onto the side road here. A spaciously laid out truck stop, by the way, unlike many, and seems to be the only truck stop in this area, so it's been quite busy for people, truck drivers rolling in to get fueled. Shout out to the chat. Let me double check the GPS, make sure we're going the right way. I believe we are. Yep. They sent me messages yesterday. I went to sleep so early, I did not get the message until this morning, reminding us about the blitz and telling us we may be terminated because there's no reason for any violation. So, the blitz, that's a nationwide effort to inspect commercial motor vehicles with a particular emphasis on inspecting the driver from the perspective of hours of service and adherence to said, and then tires apparently is the maintenance item. But yeah, it's been interesting. Oh shit. Where's the trash can? I think we maybe, hang on, we're in the process of leaving the trash can too far away. Aha, we've gotten it. And, you know, becoming strongly identified with phenomena, right, within the realm yesterday, to get, you know, an emotion, to get a somewhat, you know, strong emotion and hoop and holler and do some yelling, you know, vociferously on the stream. And it's been interesting observing my own internal space since then, and the effects that, you know, because I myself was strongly identified with aspects of the delusion, right? And what I mean by delusion is this heaven or hell realm manifesting as a hell realm, specifically. Hang on, we're in a slow driving contest. Truck driving has become a slow driving contest in many ways. We're still planing out as we enter into the interstate. Enter in to the interstate. Just out in the house. What's happening? Still getting my bearings here, but yeah, it's a slow driving contest. If anybody's curious about truck driving and maybe just driving in general, it's they are slowing their roll out here, and I don't mean the truck drivers specifically. I mean everybody. Slow it down. So maybe these trucks will pass me, and then we will see about what speed. But this is just watching this. The speeds are shocking, and looking at the truck that's passing me right now, I'm almost certain he's on the phone. He's looking at his phone. He's doing something on his phone. So I'm going 53. I got up to about 60 and realized that there's two big rigs passing me, so maybe I'll just hold at 60. And I got all the way down to 53 for them to pass me, and we began going downhill during all of that. So, like, what could those drivers possibly be doing to be at these speeds? This is unusual. And these are not slow trucks with slow companies, you know, big companies and slow trucks. These are, they're choosing to drive this speed. Now, my choice is, do I speed up to 68? We've recently been turned down to 68 from 75, and then I will just be in a big group with them. Right. So increasingly, I'm finding that truck driving for me is a series of slow driving contests, as I talked about yesterday, especially passing through Birmingham, Alabama, one of the, you know, most heavily populated areas in the South, and rolled in around rush hour time yesterday morning, and not a lot of cars, by the way. I don't know, maybe that says something about, you know, economic activity. Looked like a Sunday afternoon to me, based on the amount of traffic and the way people were driving. And it seemed like every little lane change or every little movement of a vehicle in relation to another vehicle, it led to people slowing down. And then here comes a big line of cars that left out of the stoplight. It's 4 or 5 or 6 cars, and what they do is they go fast up the on-ramp, like around the bend, and as closer they get to that merge area, they slow it down. They power down, slow it down. So by the time they actually hit the merge area, they're going about 50, merging into a 70-mile-an-hour interstate. And that would have been considered insane, you know, back in the 90s, 80s and 90s. That would have been insane behavior. And now it's normal. And then folks either looking at their phones and not seeing, oh, there's a big rig approaching in the slow lane, and I'm unable to speed up enough to get in. I can't race the 6 cars. Even as they slow, it actually makes it worse when they slow merge. If they would drive normally, most of the time every one of them would get in front of me. So now all I'm left to do is slow down as well. Now some would say, well, get over and let them in. Well, there's no more of that because they don't let me back over. And then I'm just trapped in the fast lane, honking the air horn to try to get them to realize, hey, I need to get back into the slow lane. So I almost never get over for emerging traffic unless I feel like I can get in front of them or have an escape route. So if anybody's ever curious, why isn't that semi letting me on the interstate? Because we're not allowed back into the slow lane after we move to the fast lane. That's why. Because what happens is the person's looking at their phone, they do their merge, they pay just enough attention to merge, and then they go right back to the phone. So in their mind, their consciousness is now back in cyberspace, so there's not a truck next to them in the fast lane that got over. That doesn't exist. So now I'm just over there, stuck like Chuck, looking dumb, right? So if you're ever curious, why isn't this big rig getting over like they used to? Now, if the rig's hauling ass and feels like they can get in front of everything, sure, that's different. Mm. And that does seem to be the biblical notion of forgive them for they know not what they do. And now it looks like the traffic is away from me enough. We will go ahead and speed up. See how long that lasts before the next slow driving contest kicks in. Probably not long. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, I did a number on my voice. It's interesting, especially in this last 3 weeks of true knowledge of self. I think that's the first time I've allowed myself to become that strongly emotional yesterday, to temporarily so strongly identify with aspects of the realm, to yell that loud. I'm being reminded of it right now, certainly. I'll either lose my voice entirely or, like a radio announcer, eventually it just won't sound. If you can hear a little bit of hoarseness in my voice, eventually it'll just go away. Or I'll lose my voice. We shall see. But yeah, and what I mean about the delusion, right? This heaven or hell realm manifesting as a hell realm. So the unreal or surreal or waking dream aspects, everything dead, more correctly, everything that has no life, right? Like this interstate has no life. Now, perhaps beings with imbued with Nancy Pelosi's MS-13 spark of divinity, if anybody remembers that comment from a few years ago. If some of the beings, who are, by the way, within the delusion that space and time and solid matter exists as we experience it, which it doesn't. Science apparently has shown that the realm is in fact comprised of vibrating energy of various frequencies and speeds. Think about an oscilloscope, right? And my five senses via the human brain, decodes these frequencies. I guess this is where the concept of matrix perhaps comes in, the idea of computer code or simulation, right? Which reminds me of what I was becoming, part of what I was becoming forceful in my discourse yesterday. Part of that was and I do realize now some of the anger was the pent up frustration of the past of, what I was exposed to growing up in a cult that was LARPing as a Christian denomination, the Jehovah's Witnesses. And the notion that just the general Christian notion that there was a Jesus and, he was perfect. And by the way, the expectation is that you, Benton, will, do an imitation of that and attempt to live based on those teachings. But please understand, no matter how hard you try, it's impossible for you, being lowly and wretched and problematical. Little Benton here will never perfectly practice Christ-like, thoughts and behaviors, and then we'll never experience, we'll never establish a track record of perfection performed within this realm of delusion, by the way. And that's a bunch of nonsense, right? So I've debunked that idea entirely based on the fact that the past is dead and does not exist, meaning there is no record, at least not in the sense of the other humans in the realm. The ability of these humans to watch my performance over time and critique it through their own memories and judgment meaning to form an opinion on, that's dead, right? Because the past does not exist. I have no access to any of the nows of the last 20 seconds even. Whatever fleeting, whatever I can remember from thinking and remembering and sensing and feeling, beyond that, it's gone, right? So the fact that all that seemingly exists within this realm exists right now in this moment, absolutely within what is known to exist at the level of my ability to perform and to connect with the kingdom of God that the book says is within me. And I'm going by the book saying God is love. And then further, I'm defining love as the super intelligent force at the highest levels of vibration. So putting all of that together, by the way, as is my prerogative, who granted authority to the men who wrote the Bible, by the way, assuming that's what happened? Are they of greater authority than I? Absolutely not. Seems to me like I would have just as much authority actually more authority, because I'm speaking from the perspective of my sphere of influence, and I have virtually no power outside of my sphere of influence. And that's not my peer group. That's not the people in the live chat or the people that would listen to this broadcast. That's specifically my energy field or my energy sphere, because remember, it's not even actually a physical body. That's also part of the delusion. The physical body is dead on a long enough timeline. It will not move beyond this place. It belongs to this place. It's also dead, seemingly alive in these moments, right? So within, I would say, more or less 6 feet, interesting, whatever my arm's length is, in what seems to be a 360-degree sphere around me, right? That seems to be my discrete energy sphere, and contained within speculations of a chakra system, discrete energy centers. That's been, I've confirmed that for myself, the chakra system and all of these things. But many folks reject those concepts, and that's fine. I'm not here to fight that battle, certainly. Back to the slow driving contest. Bear with me. Make sure we're on the proper road here. There's an interchange of energies, by the way. So how this energy sphere seems to operate is through exchanging or interchanging energies when in close enough proximity with other beings, assuming, again, accounting for solipsism, but assuming that these are in fact also discrete beings with the so-called spark of divinity, right? All right. We got a slowdown already, by the way. Looks like we're slowing down for road construction, perhaps. So one lane. We're actually stopping to wait to merge into the interstate. This is one of my least favorite things ever about truck driving. In fact, there is a lane for me, but because the truck before me stopped, I was unable to determine that there was room for me to. If he had slowed down and continued rolling, it would have been obvious to me that there's enough space for me to not have to come to a complete stop in order to enter the interstate. But such is life. Now we're attempting to signal to this car behind us that we're a slow-moving vehicle. Perhaps they should consider passing us, but no, they're content to hang out behind an 18-wheeler for mile after mile after mile to look at their phone. Man, this road is fucked, by the way. Gigantic potholes. And we're going 55 until they pass us. I'm simply unwilling to transport this hitchhiker. Right. Now, many will immediately defend the behavior and say, well, there's an exit up ahead. It's like, yes, there's always an exit up ahead. All of us are taking the exit at some point, right? How is that an excuse for behavior? At least in the sense of what these folks are doing. So they're free to hang out back there. They're going to do it 55 and a 70 style. We're not speeding up to allow them to hitch a ride on our bumper. Right. These are the people, in case anybody is suffering, in case any of you are so strongly identified with the realm itself as to, via your hope station, via the hope station to say, well, people are going to come together and they're going to get fed up and they're going to have had enough one day. And they're going to fix all of this. Well, they're not capable of it. They're going 50 miles an hour behind me and just now figuring out that I'm not going to speed up to allow them to look at their phones right behind the rear end of this trailer. Just as simple. Oh, and here comes the slow merge. Here they come. Oh, and these people are almost stopping. That's how slow their merge is. And there's no construction barrels. They've come to a complete stop at the bottom of the on-ramp. Now, maybe their car broke down, I suspect, possibly. But other than that, just complete insane. Now, again, I got over because I thought they were going to continue and not come to a complete stop. Now, I can't get back in the slow lane. So we've gone from a slow driving contest to a race to attempt to get back into the slow lane. And we only got over because someone was slow merging so insanely slow that they came to a complete stop at the bottom of the on-ramp, and now it's gigantic potholes. So if anybody's curious about what it's like to drive really anything but an 18-wheeler, just in case you're curious, add that to the 1,000 reasons why, even if a person knew how to drive an 18-wheeler, had experience, and was willing to go into truck driving, it's almost impossible for the vast majority of qualified folks to actually do this job for any appreciable amount of time. And now it's 55 for trucks, so we'll slow it back down. We made it up to 68 briefly, so back to the slow driving contest, because there's a disembodied AI voice that's about to begin to tell us to slow down. And then also, and there's more people, and now they're coming out of the rest area at insanely low speeds, the semis are, because there's not enough truck driver parking, so big rigs are parked on the shoulder of the on-ramp, so this fella's not able to effectively get up to speed because he can't tell if they're blocking the lane or not. So now it's 50 with the flashers on. We're actually catching up to the fella that's leaving. Now, if we're insane enough to try to pull out to pass him, what will happen is he will hammer down, and we will find it nearly impossible to get in front of him. And in fact, oftentimes we'll find ourselves slowing down to get behind him. And that's not a move many folks have. Many folks their ego becomes involved, and they must, because they've already started to pass, they must see it through. They're not able to surrender. I am, no problem. But I know from experience, if I'm dumb enough to jump into that fast lane and try to pass this guy, the fact that he's going 45 will mean nothing, because he will not. And then now I'm going 68 to 55, by the way. See, so it's again back to the slow driving contest. Slow it down. Slow it down. Keeping America moving by slowing it down. Right. Kind of sounds like maybe what? Tariffs, perhaps? Oh, those are jobs, right? The idea that products are going to be manufactured in America. Why would they be? Number one, why would products be manufactured in America? Number two, is that what's attractive? Is factory jobs? I thought that part of American history was over. I didn't realize that people wanted to go work in factories. I was unaware of that. You know, your local Amazon fulfillment distribution center is something of a factory, is it not? Have you tried, not you, but have people tried working there who might think, and again, I don't have a dog in the hunt of tariffs. You know, I'm more just amusing myself, right? By thinking about that. Shout out to the chat. It'd be nice to be able to drive these hours every day, right? Just roll out closer to 10 p.m. than midnight or earlier, right? Or later, depending on one's perspective. That'd be nice. We'll see. I may or may not be doing a 34-hour restart after this load. I had, based on my history with this company, I had assumed it would be a 34-hour restart. And in fact, would have done my grocery shopping yesterday otherwise. So that's a bit of a fly in the ointment. Starting to figure out how early I go to sleep, which is pretty much, it can be any time within an hour or two of stopping my driving shift, even if I stop for the day by 10 or 11. Actually, it was noon yesterday, but I had I had lost an hour with the time change, time zones. It asked me if I had to do a restart or if I was fine running on my recaps. The thing about recaps is, if the driver does not, when the driver starts the 70-hour clock, the new cycle, the driver has to set those up to perpetually, in order to work 7 days a week, the driver can average, I think it's like 8.75 hours a day total. That's drive time and, fueling and inspection time, however long it takes the shippers and receivers, all of that time on duty or driving. So when I used to run 7 days a week, I would intentionally, so that first day has to be planned out to where I'm not going to go, too far over that 8.5 or whatever, 8.5 to 8.75. So I think my first day in this cycle of last week's cycle was like 11 hours. So actually I won't hit recaps until tomorrow, if that makes sense. Because when the driver sets up the recaps, it's midnight. It's every midnight, but the midnight is based on whatever time zone the company's home terminal is in. So I might not be on that time zone. So it could be 11 p.m. wherever I am. Right? These are the various aspects of truck driving. So a little sore from the outburst of anger and energy yesterday. Stirred up something in the tissues after being quite relaxed yesterday. That's interesting. So what'll happen is I'll finish this shift and I won't pick a load up today. And again, the company, if they're paying attention to people that work there, and shout out to these Indians, right? Once they figure out that I'm happy doing certain things and other things I don't want to do, like I have no desire to go pick up the next load today. Right. Now, it might be better for me, except for I don't have hours anyway. So I would rather call it a day. Then when midnight tonight hits, then I get that 11 hours plus 3 to 4 hours that'll be left on this clock. They can then send me on a new load, if that makes sense. Then midnight of the next day, I get probably another close to 11 hours. So they called me to ask if I was okay with that. The area I'm delivering to is it's not necessarily, there's not a lot of truck stops. So it'll work. It's probably better to keep rolling in this case. Just now made it to the coffee. I've been yapping so much. This is not good coffee. This, by the way, is why Starbucks is so popular. And I'm only talking about people like me who drink black coffee. It's exactly the same everywhere, every time. Exactly the same. I'm going to these machines at these truck stops that, you know, they have the screens and, you know, it grinds up the beans and, you know, makes the cup of coffee. And if everything is operated properly, it's wonderful. If the machine is properly cleaned and serviced on a regular basis, if the beans are rotated in the hopper, you know, meaning the person doesn't just open the hopper and then dump in new beans without removing the beans that are already in there, right? This is terrible. This coffee is awful. I've never gone into Starbucks, gotten black coffee and thought this is fucking awful. Now people are like, yeah, it tastes burnt or whatever. Oh, it's not the best tasting coffee. I'll grant you that. McDonald's is way better tasting. Starbucks also has the exact proper amount of caffeine. McDonald's doesn't. Starbucks, there's the lady telling me to slow down. The Starbucks has the exact correct amount of caffeine also. So people can make fun of it all they want. You know, it's the #2 restaurant in the land for a reason. But yeah, this is hot garbage. This coffee's terrible. I think I would have done better taking my chances with the urn, whatever was in there. And I'm an old man who chooses to drink black coffee. You know it's got to be bad for me to complain. This is atrocious. Apologies for veering into trucker talk. I was on a pretty good jag with the spiritual topics, and this is one of the drawbacks of leaving at the time I left. It's still, you know, late evening traffic. So, you know, it's much different than when I roll out of the truck stop at 1 a.m., for example. It's still quite a bit of traffic to distract me, or for me to allow to distract me. So back to the energy spheres and the delusion. So this is what I mean by the delusion. It's the fact that, as far as I can tell, this realm itself was not created because a humanized, benevolent father, heavenly father, you know, intellectualized and had thoughts and told himself, right? In my opinion, once we get into notions of gender, when we're talking about the most super intelligent force of love and creation at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, look at the psyop of even calling that a he. It seems to me like that would be just as likely to be a she based on what I know, or wouldn't it actually have perfect aspects of both energies if we're going to break energies down into male and female? I'm speculating. Slow it down, by the way. Now we have things going on the shoulder, whatever this is. The road crew with the arrows telling me to get over. Something, I heard a beep. Something just beeped. I wonder what that was. Now my lane's ending. And this driver is just, I don't know if he's driving a tanker, fuel tanker probably. And maybe he's new to driving a tanker, because I've never seen a tanker driver drive like this. Almost like he's scared of driving. But now he's slow rolling with the flashers on. But sir, I can't pass you without risking going 68 to 55, and we're simply not going to do that. Back to the slow driving contest. And he's also on his phone, most likely. He's not so scared that he's not on his phone. Now we're slowing down, going down the hill. Sir, I'm not going to pass you. You're driving terribly. I'm behind you because you don't know how to drive. I'm not behind you because of I'm an insane person. Do you see the speed of this traffic that's passing us, by the way? See, now he's given up. Now he says, okay, he's actually not going to pass me. Now he's speeding back. Just drive, sir. I'll deal with your bad driving. I'll process it and act accordingly. Now we're in a 45-mile-an-hour construction zone. So again, back to the myriad of reasons, seemingly innumerable, why. And this, by the way, is why foreigners must come here and drive trucks in the intervening time before the trucks drive themselves. And by the way, they're already driving themselves, hauling freight on round trips between Houston and Dallas, just in case anybody's curious. And I got all day. Hell, it's not even today yet. My delivery is on this shift, but that's not till tomorrow. So I have all the patience in the world. Oh, I got to get in the left lanes, though. I see. We got to get in the left lanes for the interchange. How can he up? But yeah, back to the notion, and I believe this is probably not the primary factor, but when it comes to religion and specifically Christianity, you know, why is that a father and a man? Why is it humanoid, right? So people might say, like, who is God? And I would say, like, why does it have to be a who? That implies a person. I would say, what is God? Or more correctly, what do people mean by God? By God. We might actually pass this tanker now. We'll see, without risking tickets. Although we are speeding, I forgot it's still 45-mile-an-hour construction zone. So we actually are going 15 over. Now in a construction zone, even worse. I forgot. Totally forgot it was 45. And so this is what it means to be strongly identified with the realm, is that I actually had little flashes of worry and stress related to my job. And then I now understand that's a signal that I'm not correctly identified with what is real. So what is real here? Well, it's my essence, which is one with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency. Everything that's not that is not real here. Meaning, if it's not real, what is it by definition? Based on how this realm operates and how I experience it, because I'm assuming that I'm experiencing this realm in the ways in which you folks are experiencing this realm, or at least similarly based on, you know, whatever my experiences have been in my socialization process and my psychology and, you know, my particular characteristics of me. Yeah, sure. But in reality, solipsism cannot, in my view, it's not possible to invalidate the potential validity of solipsism, which is the idea that I may, in fact, in contextually, right, not in a vacuum, but contextually, the possibility that I'm in fact the only human right here having this experience, and maybe that's just, oh yeah, only from my perspective, perhaps, right? So that would be one context, but then all of society is based on the notion that all of you folks are more akin to what I am than unalike what I am, right? Back to the slow driving contest, in case you're curious. Never-ending series of slow driving contests. I always win the slow driving contest, or almost always. Chickamauga Dam. So correct identification in this case would be for me to specifically direct my focus and concentration inwardly. And when I am identified with what I know myself to be comprised of, back to the slow driving contest, at the level, from the perspective of my true nature inside of myself, thus then I can only express consistent with that nature, which does not know death, which does not know defeat, which does not know sorrow, which does not know anxiety. It can never experience them. It can never conceptualize them, even, right? And then that brings us into what I've been talking about. It's something like Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk. "49 miles an hour," and it's they're at a dead stop in the other direction, on the other side of the I-75 for road construction. Looks like probably miles of a backup, I'm guessing, but maybe not that bad. Maybe not. Can't even dream of touching the fuel pedal, though, in this slow driving contest. So bear with me. This is quite distracting. I'm accustomed to setting the cruise and just rolling. I'm not accustomed. I've done way more driving than I had any idea would happen so far. It's been a lot of maneuvering and driving thus far. Road work next 3 miles. And it's also, and I'll get back to the delusional talk, or more correctly, the talk about the realm and, all of these existential, right, the meaning of life type of questions, and various spiritual practices. Pardon me. That one snuck up. So what I'm beginning to see about truck driving in my time with this company is, in order for me to do the job in the way that they want me to do the job, or they're seeming to tell me to do the job, is to, it's going to soon verge on I won't actually have time to make the deliveries, meaning it'll become to where even making the deliveries in the window of delivery time, the pickups and the deliveries will start to fall by the wayside, which I find fascinating. Because remember, or take note, that in the very near future, and it's already happening, by the way, if I own some kind of business and I want to have some freight hauled from Houston to Dallas, I absolutely right now have the option of putting that freight onto the 53-foot trailer and of a vehicle that will be driven by computers with absolutely no human being in anywhere in the cab. And I understand a lot of folks are simply, again, back to delusion and denial. Many folks have been in denial about that. And some would say, well, yeah, but it's not really happening. That's what they're telling you. Well, yeah, perhaps. Although I've seen the self-driving taxi cabs, or whatever we're calling them, in San Francisco and Los Angeles, I've already seen them driving themselves around with my own eyes. You know, maybe somebody's in the back seat laid down tricking me, right? Operating it, or maybe someone's driving it by remote control, perhaps. But either way, it's still some version of no human being driving the vehicle physically, right? So I'm almost certain it's happening. Walmart's been driving delivery vans around Bentonville, Arkansas for at least 2 to 3 years now, every single day. So it's happening in the near future. And I talked about this yesterday. If I want to continue driving a truck, and the number one attraction for me to this job, because of all of these thousands of reasons I list over time of why most folks would not be able to do this job, even if they were somewhat willing for a time. My primary motivation is literally to live at my workplace, meaning the cab of the truck itself, right? So eventually, you know, as the self-driving wipes out, because I'm doing the most bottom of the barrel, so-called easiest form of long haul, as the self-driving trucks take over more and more of that space, you know, eventually it'll be some version of ice road trucker, you know, Benton out in a blizzard in Wyoming with 70-mile-an-hour winds, basically like the Hateful Eight movie. You know, when they're out there in a blizzard, trying not to die, right? That's what I'll be doing, just to, Mad Max style in a way, right? Going town to town, stocking up on supplies just in case I end up stranded in a blizzard or a desert, broke down somewhere. Or the bandits hijack me for my fuel, right? You know, whether or not that becomes a thing at that level of lawlessness, I don't know. It's funny to think about, but I'm saying 2 to 5 years on the self-driving as far as my job. My job's already affected, by the way. It's already affected my job. Absolutely. What happens with markets, in financial markets, job markets, all of that adjusts to the conditions that can be foreseen out in the ether, this idea of a future that's approaching. What markets do is they do the best possible job of adjusting to the conditions before the conditions get here. So a lot of the recent so-called turmoil in the stock markets has been based on the markets ahead of time adjusted for what they thought the new administration would do, and then I'm trying to clue these people in to speed up and pass me, but they're just right there beside me going slow as fuck. I mean, why wouldn't they? They slow merged, and now they're near a vehicle that's going slow, so it must be the slow driving time. I mean, there's really no other alternatives, right? And then they're going to go 75. Oh, now they're going to get in the other lane. Fantastic. Oh, my lane's ending. Okay, I see. Because why would a car that can accelerate quickly, why would it use that ability when it's near to an 18-wheeler going up a hill that can't accelerate? Now he's going to go 75. Sir, that's why you're supposed to just go fucking 75 from the jump. Why the theater and melodrama where we went 45 miles an hour next to each other for 1,000 yards or 1,000 feet or whatever? Half a mile. Why that melodrama, sir? I don't understand. And the speed limit's 55 for me. It's 65 for him. Why? And this is your general public. This is your Make America Great Again folks. This is a heavily MAGA country where I'm at. This is who's going to fix dystopia. Let me remind you. It's these folks. because because of when and where they were born and the fact that they are Americans, they will come together and they will do whatever it takes to fix things and make things right. See, that's built into the psyche and the brainwashing of Americans. And people really believe that. And what I say is, well, I watch how these people behave and I extrapolate that even if those desires exist, they don't have the capability to do those things. Meaning, if we just plucked a random bozo off the street and put them into some sort of artificial experiment and had them perform, specified tasks, what we would find is that the vast majority of the general public is just incompetent. They're not capable of really doing much of anything of value, which does tie in with the notion of, now jobs don't pay a living wage. Well, the worker no longer does a job based on a skill level and talent in a context of a corporate hellscape, right? There's been a divergence there. The value that the corporate hellscape must assign to the labor in order to operate, that's changed radically over time, right? So back in the olden days, where the young feller was working at the filling station, checking people's tire pressure, wiping off their windshields, checking the oil and fuel, and full service gasoline or whatever. If that person was wet behind the ears, and very quickly they would find themselves coached up, right? People would help them learn the job. There's a lot of on the job training and just sort of, then that business evolved over time, right? Whatever that truck stop or filling station looked like, there was something of a natural evolution over time. And then when the corporate hellscape manifested, and now that corporations have taken over the majority of these jobs, that's morphed into something very different, right? And then the spirit of America back then was, a day's work for a day's pay, but then it was also, scrimp and save and delay gratification, right? And just buy the bare minimum, live with one's relatives, right? The idea of living at home and all of this. And then, work towards finding one's way in whatever industry based on one's own skill set or talents, right? That's the history of the Industrial Revolution, at least portion of America, right? And then with the brainwashing that was also present back then, remember, that's when Moloch's machine, that's when the system needed those folks to behave based on principles of moral uprightness, right? Nationalism in a way of identifying as an American, identifying with the strength of the country, identifying with their own bloodline, identifying with the family unit, right? And all of these ideas. And then, an actual community in that. And I'm here to tell you, it's not because those people in that time were better people, right? Or were less immoral people. And I will remind you that other than whatever is directly related to technology, all of the present social problems were in full flower by 1960, right? Even concepts around urban decay and urban renewal in some areas, right? Like this was all a thing by 1960. How many years ago now was that? 85 years, by the way? Is that right? Am I doing that? No, 65 years? Not that long ago, if you think about it. But a decent enough, it's 6 decades. Bear with me, I failed to realize we were on the hill climb out here. I'm blocking the hammer lane on the 3 lane. Oh, we're back to 70 finally. Oh, good. Oh, right lane ends. Okay. I suspected as soon as I got into the slow lane, I said, I bet this bad boy's about to end. The lane's ending. And so what's happening, what I see happening now is many of these folks, because of what their daddies did and what their granddaddies did, the people who are still here and think they're traditional family values and MAGA, they're so strongly identified with those ideas that they want to return to that. Well, but it's not possible to return to that for one reason, and there's probably many reasons. Here's why it's not possible to return to some version of Ozzie and Harriet, 1955, the year my parents were born. It's because 1955 was not yet a corporate hellscape. It's not possible to build a time machine and to go back to 1955, but to also bring the corporate hellscape with us. The corporate hellscape's not going anywhere. It's here to stay. And in fact, it's only going to become more and more deeply entrenched, right? Like that is the reality of being an American is. Equal in importance to the government and the political system and the banking system is the system of large corporations such as McDonald's, Walmart, Amazon, Target, Home Depot, Starbucks, and on and on and on and on. Just as important, right? Equally powerful, by the way. And the corporate structure, we know how it operates. So the corporate hellscape is absolutely predictable. We absolutely are able to know, because of pattern recognition and analysis ahead of time, more or less what the corporate hellscape will do, right? Also, the banking system, within reason, within certain parameters, we know certain things about the banking system and the financial system can be counted upon to be present no matter what, such as when a banker is owed interest, they will do whatever must be done to ensure that they get paid their interest. And this is, in the context of someone they can make pay, like America. Banks are in a position to force America to pay interest forcibly. And in fact, I would assert much of what's happening since the administration came in is based on bankers will get paid their $1+ trillion this year. And it's actually now, for seemingly the first time, America's reached the point of not really even being able to afford to service its own debt, meaning the actual interest payments in one fiscal year. That money has to come from somewhere, right? Up until this point, it's always been available. So the bankers weren't concerned, or more correctly, they weren't more concerned than they're always concerned, air quote. That's why they're bankers, by the way. Meanwhile, these are among the wealthiest people in society, the banks, right? And by the way, no institution receives more welfare from the government than banks. They are the number one welfare recipients. So back to proper identification within myself, right? So what I am at the highest levels of vibrational energy, when my essence observes this realm of death, destruction, and delusion, and decadence and depravity, well, it examines based on what? Manifested truth. Why would my ability to analyze and pattern recognition and think for myself, if I'm connected with my own nature inside of myself, Now, there will be the potential for error, but I have my own error correcting systems within myself. But what I'm getting at is, of course, when I apply that to my observations of a delusion, by the way, I'm doing that in an aspect of manifest truth. I'm not doing it based on, or more correctly, I've found it that force, my nature, transcends the limitations of the psychology that was given to me via Moloch's machine that my parents sacrificed me to as an infant. Right? Yes, that really happened. Did they know what they were doing? Perhaps not. It still happened. What's up, BC? Good to see you. So when someone mentions to me something from the news like, can you believe that these immigrants are coming here and they're getting welfare, right? Or they're getting handouts. Well, my mind, because of mind, body, and spirit, I'm identified within myself with my own nature and manifesting truth. My mind immediately goes to what? The highest form of welfare recipiency in America, which is banks and large financial institutions. So I'm absolutely willing to consider the notion of individuals, because remember, corporations are legal persons, as are individuals. Taxpayers are also legal persons. So if I'm willing to entertain a notion of legal entities or legal persons receiving handouts via the government, let's do that. Let's start with the largest outlay of free money for nothing. Oh, it's banks and financial institutions. And in fact, please explain to me what value, what do they, so, and what's also tied to the people who are getting the free money, the individual persons, is they're not producing and contributing to society. Okay, what contributions to society are banks and large financial institutions offering in exchange for the 1.15 trillion in interest that they took last fiscal year? What did they pay in via their blood, sweat, and tears and effort and labor? What did they do at the level of work to justify taking the largest amount of so-called welfare? And in fact, 1.15 trillion last year represented the majority of federal income taxes paid by the so-called taxpayers. So can you please explain to me, what did banks and bankers and large financial institutions, what work did they perform to justify at a level of their own production taking up to perhaps 75% of your taxes last year, meaning your federal income taxes, if in fact you paid in? Many folks don't pay in, but if you paid in, what can you tell me, what have the banks done to justify taking, I don't know, 60 to 75% of your tax dollars? Is that your tax dollars at work? So until somebody is able to honestly answer that question, consistent with if that person is in fact what I am at the level of they are also one with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy, I'm going to need the other person to tap in to the kingdom of love, the kingdom of God that's within them, if it's there, according to the Bible, especially if they're Christians. I'm going to need them to tap into that, and then please examine via manifesting truth and ask themselves questions. More correctly, ask that force questions, and then get there, and then listen for the answer. Can the being please do that? Because anything short of that is not going to work for me. which brings me back to the notion of wholly individual experience and also back to solipsism in some way, because that's what I'm going to require. So, by the way, if within Moloch's machine, I'm somehow indebted or obligated to produce, right, in order to take from the system, well, I'm going to have requirements of the individuals around me. Okay, bet I will operate based on your game. I have requirements of you, because am I not equal in my ability to say, well, okay, because of how individuals are psychologically programmed by Moloch's machine, they need me to produce and pay into an economy and to pay taxes, a taxpayer. Okay, I have requirements of the individuals. I'm going to need them to tap into their essence inside of themselves and to manifest that force and to utilize that intelligence within themselves and to spirit to be able to perform their own version of production in the way that I'm able to perform productively on these broadcasts. I'm going to need each individual to do their version of that by transcending mind, body, and spirit via connection inside of themselves with what may be their own essence. And until that happens, I'm simply not interested. I'm simply not interested in being told that I must produce and I must validate via my own efforts within a corporate hellscape, while simultaneously absolutely nobody has any issue with the bankers and the banks and the financial institutions that produce nothing, that give nothing. Until you tell me what do they produce and what do they give, I'm going to go ahead and say, well, my notion that they produce nothing carries the day. When you make the convincing case that, well, here's what they produce, and by the way, feel free to start naming things and I will feel free to pick them off one by one and debunk them. But until it's established exactly what is being contributed by the greatest receivers of so-called welfare, I'm not interested in being told what people are taking, right? Perhaps I took food stamps when I was in Los Angeles. Perhaps. Who knows? LA County is perhaps one of the easiest counties in the country for one to receive a handout. I know that. Even a able-bodied white man. So I don't know. Perhaps I did receive food stamps. It's hard to say. It's within the realm of possibility. Now, what I would tell you is, if somebody is like, "What are you doing?" I would say, "Well, it's a system, and the system. I gave the system the data it requested, and the system spit out an out. The system delivered the output of this fella, and I'm now, I'm sort of showing my cards here, but the system itself said, let's go ahead and give this guy $292 in food stamps a month, and now the people gasp in horror. Oh my goodness, how dare you, number one, refuse to contribute, number two, have the audacity to take. And I say, well, I learned it by watching you, meaning I learned it by watching you let the banks run a train on your ass. And by the way, for me, and this all sounds like justification, and that's okay. After 2008, after 08, 09, when the system ran a train on us, on everybody, that's when I set my mind to, I'm taking everything these motherfuckers are giving me without going to fucking jail. I'm taking whatever I can get, because that's what they're doing. Meanwhile, did you notice the news item recently? Guess who was called upon to speak at a town hall on the Trump tariffs? Not with Trump president, I don't believe, but maybe. Lawrence Summers. Larry Summers. Do any of you folks have any idea who Larry Summers was? Well, he was one of the most infamous names in the fallout of 08, 09, the Occupy Wall Street and Taxed Enough Already movements. He was one of the big names that was called out and attacked and reviled and hated, was Lawrence Summers, Larry Summers. And because such a thorough train was run on the American people that they identify with the banking system, they identify with the corporate system, they identify with the banking system, the financial system, that Now that there's another so-called crisis because of tariffs, well, now we trot out Larry Summers because the general public has no memory and doesn't remember how reviled and hated Larry Summers was not that long ago. I remember because I spent almost an entire year following all of the news of the bailouts, so called, and I studied from a lay perspective the financial system itself. And I can still to this day, broad stroke, explain more or less what happened during the financial crisis, what led to it, and what happened. I've forgotten more about it than most folks will ever know because I studied it for hours and hours and hours every motherfucking day for almost a year. What have you ever studied by your own choice for almost a year, hours every day? I've done that with multiple topics. It's not about that, though. It's not about, oh, now we feel diminished and Benton is exalted. That's not what it is. It's about there's a reason why folks listen to me. And if that sounds arrogant or so-called egoic, it's not my problem. Right? That's part of who I am, and it's part of what I do. A banker pays themselves first. Benton pays himself first by researching and gathering information and studying. I've been doing it my whole life. And if we have this idea that, knowledge is power and there's a wealth of knowledge and all of this, it's in my mind. I've filled my mind with it my whole life. And I understand we now have an oracle and an internet. Well, guess what? Some of what I've studied and knew to be present on Jamie Dimon's Wikipedia page. And if you're out here talking about tariffs and don't know who Jamie Dimon is, then you probably aren't qualified to talk about tariffs. I've never studied tariffs. I don't understand tariffs. I'm probably not ever going to understand them. I know the broad general idea of what they supposedly represent. So the point I'm making is Jamie Dimon's own Wikipedia page that I've studied over a period of years and gone back to, well, guess what? Some of the information that was there is no longer there. In fact, one of his famous quotations that now paints him in a could paint him in an unfavorable light, right? But because the overall environment coming out of the bailouts was so negative towards the banks, that this quotation of his on his Wikipedia page, it did not seem that negative by comparison, right? So what that led to was there was really no reason not to have that quote there. Now there's really not even a section on what did Jamie Dimon do to lead, what were his contributions to the global financial crisis? There's not even really a section on that. Like there was a complete section in the past that contained that quote. Now there's sort of a couple of paragraphs about it, but it's just more or less memory hold in a lot of ways, right? It's more or less memory hold. And then furthermore, so the quote was, here's what Dimon said on his own Wikipedia page. He said, well, my bank did not need the bailout, but his bank, I think he was at Bank of America. I forget. I'd have to look it up. He was at Chase or Bank of America. I think maybe Chase. I don't remember. Or maybe he's at Chase now. He was either Citigroup or Bank of America back then. I think he was at Bank of America. And by the way, Jamie Dimon, one of the few people in human history to ever become a billionaire, and he's only ever worked for other people. He started a not that successful business early in his career, and after that he moved on and only was ever an employee, technically. Or board member or whatever. Either way, did not make his own money in that way. Not self-made. Billionaire from running other people's businesses, not his own. So what he said was, yeah, my bank took the $50 billion in TARP funds, but we did not need it. Our bank was going to survive just fine. We weren't, and that's not the case, by the way. It's absolutely not. That's just a fucking lie. That's simple. Now he's lying with plausible deniability because he's only referring to the on-sheet liabilities of the bank. They also had off-balance sheet liabilities. The problem was the credit crisis and the credit crunch and the global financial crisis had a lot to do with the off-balance sheet stuff was going to come back onto the balance sheet. So he's lying with plausible deniability, saying, well, our books were fine. Yeah, they were, Jamie. but only because the off balance sheet liabilities were not yet on your books. I know and you know that they were coming, and I know because I spent a year studying it, sir. The average person has absolutely no way of comprehending any of this. None whatsoever. No chance, right? And in fact, will hear me say all of this and will probably believe me on some level, but will still poo-poo it and say, oh, well, all that money was paid back anyway. Well, I'll get to that in a moment, perhaps. The idea that the banks paid back the bailouts. Well, kind of, but not really, but I'll get to that in a moment. It depends on what you mean by bailout. But so here was his quote, paraphrasing his quote. He said, we took the 50 billion because and I'm not even kidding. The man said this out of his own mouth. It was on his Wikipedia page. It's not there anymore, of course. We didn't need the bailout funds. We took them to encourage the smaller banks who had to have them to take them without fear or worry or, looking bad or worried about their reputation, because now they can say, well, we can follow the example of the biggest banks. They also took the bailout funds. So we can take them and not feel bad about it. That's what the man said. So a banker will take your welfare. He will take your taxpayer money as welfare, and he's doing it for you. So the financial system, as it runs a train on you, is simultaneously whispering sweet nothings in your ear, explaining exactly why it's doing it for your own good. And in fact, if not for your own actions and behavior by taking out loans you couldn't afford to pay back, none of this would be necessary in the first place. So you're welcome. That we're so benevolent, that us bankers are so benevolent, that we love you so much that we're doing this for you. As they're as they're metaphorically running a train on you, so much so that how many people are homeless as a direct result of 0809 that never would have experienced homelessness? Hundreds of thousands. How many have left homelessness? Some. How many are still homeless? Directly because of 0809. Hundreds of thousands. State of California sued Bank of America because Bank of America provably on record stole millions of people's homes all across the country. That really happened. Some of those people became homeless for the first time because a gigantic financial institution fraudulently stole their house. That really happened. And absolutely, countries like France that we make fun of would absolutely have sent those executives to prison 100%. When you hear about Bayer and the Factor 8 and knowingly selling blood products tainted with HIV, France sent 2 Bayer executives to motherfucking prison. At least official fiction layer. The FDA said, just don't sell it in America. When the FDA found out about it, they said, that's fine. Just don't sell that shit over here anymore. After already selling it here, by the way. So what are you going to tell me about this? And by the way, I'm incentivized. So let's go back to the delusion and the realm existing at the level of death and delusion. So I'm now identifying all the reasons logically to affirm delusion and death at the level of saying that's the nature of this realm. It's actually to my benefit and best interest if I'm able to maintain my sanity by identifying, okay, the only thing I can actually prove to myself that's real here 100% is my own knowledge of self within myself. And in fact, what I know myself to be, what I've known myself to be for years now, but I wasn't identified with, I've been saying for years now, there's something inside of me that's more powerful than any of us could ever imagine. Well, in fact, it's turned out to be my own essence or nature that I just wasn't strongly identified with at the time. I've only in the last 3 weeks or so come into true knowledge of self enough to be able to strongly identify with that. Right. And now I'm observing meditatively What behaviors, what are my triggers, almost like a junkie or an alcoholic. Now, what are my triggers to temporarily strongly identify with delusion, as I did yesterday when I yelled at the top of my voice into the microphone? And I'm having a little bit of abdominal discomfort and pain as a result. I'm having a little bit of muscle soreness in my tissues, but it's that good pain, right? Now, the abdominal pain is not the good pain. That's a little bit of inflammation, probably, most likely. Because I've not always, I've been very connected to my body, or more correctly, the delusion that I have a physical body. I've been quite observant of that for many years. Uh, that's a skill that I believe anybody is able to develop that skill. It's a very useful skill. The more one is able to scan their own bodies on an ongoing basis. Very useful. But and also, can you see how the one thing connects to the next thing that connects to the next thing? So when I talk about various practices and transcendence within oneself via manifesting truth consistent with one's own nature, right? And it's okay to fake it till one makes it. Although I don't believe one can ever make it by faking it, not fully, but what we're talking about specifically is leveling up the ability of the individual to operate mind, body, and spirit, right? So back when I used to look at pornography, obviously that's something that would hold me back spiritually. Even as I had already for many years undertaken various spiritual practices, and even as I had evolved my own spiritual energies, well, that was something that was holding me back in a way, right? Well, now I'm almost certain that's a thing of the past for me. I'm almost certain of that. I must remain watchful. I choose to remain watchful so that it doesn't creep back up on me, right? And it's not a guilt or shame. I attach no guilt or shame to that. It's disgusting and repellent. It's gross, right? And it's funny because when I talk about gross topics and I talk about my own lack of what some folks consider proper hygiene physically, those same folks who are grossed out by any of that and who must scrub a dub once or twice a day have no problem engaging in viewing disgusting acts and perhaps doing disgusting things to themselves while looking at disgusting acts. Like, it's the same fucking thing. Although I would argue that the lack of physical hygiene it's not harming me spiritually whatsoever. Now it's a race to see is this truck going to let me over or not. I think they are. Let's see. You going to let me over there, Bubba? All right. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. But yeah, definitely got some stomach pain going on. It's my body letting me know, hey, yeah, you're doing pretty good overall, but that level of anger yesterday, that was no fucking bueno. But the reality is I still have some repressed anger from the past. And in my experience, the only way to release it and allow it to escape is to experience it. So in the long run, most likely that was the right thing. And it did come via what? Temporarily strongly identifying with the delusional, with aspects of the delusional realm. And that is the nature of this place. This place by nature is the nature of death. It is the nature of delusion. That's what this place is spiritually. And who wants to wake up every morning and face the reality that this world, in this realm in which I operate, the nature of that is rooted in delusion and death and destruction and depravity. And in fact, is waging war upon me perpetually. Right. That is what's happening. If one does not want to accept that, that's not my problem. If I have value to individuals who might want to listen to me over YouTube, Alphabet, Google, YouTube's hell pit within the overall corporate hellscape, within a realm of death, delusion, destruction, depravity, decadence, and whatever other negative D word you can come up with, all the better, right? All the better. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, that bear story's crazy. That's right, BC. I met a guy in Santa Barbara, California, at an AA meeting who has HIV because of bear, because he had whatever that is that product treated. I forget exactly. His blood doesn't clot properly or whatever that is. I forget what that's called. I know being trained medically, and I'm assuming that was taught in some version of medical school. I'm assuming some version of the bear story. I would assume. Hmm. And the psychology of the individual within Moloch's machine is set up to immediately dismiss or justify whatever happens that's bad for the people. The mind reflexively seeks a valid reason why it's okay in a way that happened, or it's a one-off, or it's a mistake, or it was incompetence, or just, oh, well, that's horrible, but surely that's all been fixed. So if I even mention 0809 happened, pardon me for coughing. Most folks have forgotten that it happened. However, if I bring it up, the assumption is, well, all of that was unwound and disentangled, and all of the conditions that led to that were fixed. None of that was unraveled. None of it was disentangled. None of the underlying issues were fixed. In fact, the can was kicked down the road, and in some ways, it was allowed to happen again. And people did not notice, but there was another round of bailouts within the last year or two, because I do watch the news closely enough. The Fed now some of it was done, under the auspices of whatever happened with the fake pandemic, but the system was bailed out via the Federal Reserve a couple of years ago. They did it again. And that's what I told people when I studied 0809, and by 2010, I was lecturing publicly to people based on this, whoever wanted to listen, speechifying. I actually held a crowd in downtown Seattle for about 45 minutes, going through the entirety of what led to the mortgage crisis, the subprime mortgage crisis. People were intently listening. Eventually, a leftist, someone who most likely is paid by leftists to agitate, showed up and shouted me down because I was not yet developed enough to the level of focus required to speak that intelligently. I can't, the hypervigilance, I have to listen to whatever gibberish he was yelling. So eventually he succeeded in shouting me down, not with volume, because my volume is certainly hard to match. Can be. Interesting how that works. You know what else happened during all of that? I looked down, and an orange cap to a hypodermic needle was near my feet. Someone intentionally left that near me while I was discoursing so that it would make it appear like I was a junkie. No kidding. Like that, I looked down and was like, oh, look what's here. Someone placed that there on purpose, so that if I did draw a crowd near me physically, if people began to gather around, on the ground would be a symbol of intravenous drug use. For real. That really happened. But it happened within a waking dream. It happened within a delusion, within a realm of death, right? In an unreality surrealism waking dream. But yes, it happened, as far as I can tell. So by 2010, I understood all of this well enough to speak intelligently about it. And I also began to tell people, you know, they're going to do this again, right? I mean, I hope you understand that the system is proving it's not going to fix any of this. It's going to absolutely do all of this yet again. And within the last couple of years, it did it again. Now it knows it doesn't even have to tell you. You've already tacitly consented. You've already assented, by the way, through assent, ASS. You've made an ass out of you and me, perhaps, because the system now just assumes you're down for that. You're down for more bailouts. It doesn't even check with you anymore. It just does it. Meanwhile, it just did it the week before the Congress passed TARP, Troubled Asset Reallocation Program. The week before the Congress passed TARP, the Fed injected almost $1 trillion directly into banks via quantitative easing. Ben Bernanke's helicopter. My memory wants to say something like 972 billion. I don't know if it's close. Something like 972 billion, maybe 978. The week before Congress passed TARP. And that news article certainly still exists somewhere. And Alex Jones covered all of this and should have been awarded a Pulitzer Prize for the absolute best coverage of the bailouts every single day as they unfolded, by the way. So back to where I started on this financial discourse, you can't, nobody can talk to me about welfare recipients because my spirit, properly identified, will always do what? The quickening spirit. My spirit will seek to quicken, and it will say, okay, let me interface with the concept I'm being directed towards, which is legal persons receiving handouts from the government via the taxpayer. Okay, let me run my analysis. Okay, who is the greatest? Who are the legal persons who receive the most taxpayer money on a yearly basis? Oh, it's banks and financial institutions. How much? Well, just from interest on the national debt alone last year, $1,150 billion, or more correctly, 1.15 trillion. But that doesn't sound like a large number. 1.15 sounds little. Do you see the train they're running on you? If they had to say 1,100 billion, that sounds insane. Like, what are you talking about? That's an attention getter. 1.15 trillion. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and the second Gulf War was 3 trillion, they say, and it doesn't sound like a lot in a way. See, that again, Moloch's a machine running psychological game on you every moment of every day into perpetuity. Because why? Because you, for whatever reason, exist within a realm of death, destruction, and delusion that laughs and mocks you. Why? Because the delusion was created by you. Because if you are what I am, your essence is one with the highest of the high. Your essence is one with the Most High. The kingdom of God is within you style, meaning you made this on some level, meaning the delusion was created the instant that the highest levels of creation, the source of all creation, was willing to entertain the existence of the antithesis, right? Which is what the Bible talks about when the sons of God came to present themselves unto the Lord, and Satan came also in their midst. That's antithesis. How can there be proposition or thesis without anti-proposition or antithesis? So the very moment that creation entertains its antithesis, and is willing to entertain that, would that not create the delusion? Would it not? It seems to me like the moment that source of creation will entertain the existence or assertions, but assertion isn't even really the right term. The moment it's willing to ask of antithesis. So what happened in the book of Job? The source of creation became aware of antithesis and said, hey, antithesis, what are you up to? Antithesis said, roaming to and fro, seeking whom I may devour. The source of creation said, have you considered my servant Job? Have you considered this human symbol of me, of my essence, in the flesh, in a delusion, by the way? So it seems to me like that is what created this realm, is when creation, in conjunction with antithesis, some version of you considered my servant Job. And then that's what intelligently created this place. Not because a sky daddy or a heavenly father said, I'm going to make man and love the ever loving shit out of them. That's us. That's what a human would do, or not even do. That's how a human might backwards rationalize something. That doesn't make any logical sense. And here's what a human will say. Oh, well, God must have been awful lonely. Absolutely not. The nature of God is unable to conceptualize loneliness. What are you talking about? The most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy is incapable of even grasping a concept of loneliness. It doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. What loneliness? I don't know what that is. Source would behave like Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk. We have all day for you to explain to Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk what dangers might be lurking around the corner. He can't conceptualize any of that. He doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. So poof, magically, here's this place. Because that's how powerful source is. The moment it's willing to entertain certain notions or ideas that, well, maybe some of this could exist, bam, here it is, like a genie in a bottle. Like a genie came out of a bottle and a wish was granted in a way. It can't not create. It's a force that no matter what happens, it's incapable of creating. It can't not create. How can there be nothing? Right. Antithesis must exist because otherwise it would be possible for nothing to exist. Right. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research inside your own head. Because I am bringing all of this forth by connecting with my essence, my super intelligent essence. And much like Bruce Lee might have talked about, be like water, and then, more or less talking about the way he's trained is when it's time to punch, like the fist just fucking punches. When it's time to elucidate the concepts, they elucidate themselves. That the truth manifests itself. If I surrender spiritually enough to get out of the way of my own essence, to be emptied of what Moloch has programmed me to be, when I empty myself of Moloch's essence, all that's left is the fist that fucking, I don't have to tell it to punch, it punches of its own accord. See? That's what's happening here. So that's the Christian concept of I don't get credit for that. Yeah, I don't. Except that's what I am, because that's my nature. So I am that force. So I do kind of get credit. It's just, yeah, it's the little the little ego and id and psychology and physicality, which is all itself a delusion. Yeah. And this biography of a Benton, yeah, that doesn't get credit. Guess what? That doesn't even correctly speaking exist. How can any credit accrue to it whatsoever? By the way, how can it be blamed? See, now we're on to a concept of judgment. How can that thing even be blamed? Right. Interesting. Interesting. So back to the creation. So in this realm specifically is a simulation based on the notion that time and space can be experienced by the most super intelligent force of love possible, the highest levels of vibrational energy that exists beyond that, that can never not, that has no need to transcend those things, that can never be limited by them, except what? What is the one way in which that force can ever experience limitation or be limited in a sense? Via subversion of its own creative force. By what? By engaging in this, whatever this bargain or contest was with the antithesis of its own nature, in something akin to the book of Job. Because remember, Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk cannot experience a concept of looming, impending calamity. It doesn't know what you're talking about. That's what "have you considered my servant Job" means. And it also means, here's what I am, folks. Because I know what the fuck I am. If Job ain't what I am, fuck him. So antithesis says, yeah, of course he behaves correctly. You've given him everything, meaning you've imbued him with your image and likeness, right? You've imbued him with that, right? You've imbued him with that. And see, that's the popo sitting waiting on who he's going to pull over, and he's doing it because somebody's parked on the shoulder with their flashers on. And I knew to slow down and get over, because if he decides to pull me over, that's his reason. But he's going to choose who to pull over. And he's going to say, well, don't you know you're supposed to slow down and get over because of that? There's that worker vehicle, that pickup truck. That's a state, that's some version of a contractor with the state. And he's got his flashers on, so legally you're required to get over for him. So I did. I met the legal requirement. Now, if it was too dangerous, I would have made a big show of just slowing way the fuck down. But I was able to safely get over. So I'm not able to operate in the realm in any way that will ever serve me and my goals and my aspirations. I have to have lived the life to get to the point of being able to comprehend and work with these concepts. This is why I was never able to fully make anything of myself in this world. It just wasn't ever going to be possible for me. And now that I operate on these levels, I don't see any value in, quote, making something of myself in the eyes of this realm of delusion and destruction. Of what value could that's dead, right? That is dead. So back to whatever I was on about before we were so rudely interrupted by the police state, by the way, and by commerce itself. So my essence would say, well, yeah, if I am the source of creation, and if Job is here in this human form in the image and likeness via my own creation, and the antithesis is showed up saying, hey, proposition, could I please have someone to see if I can disprove the validity of the concept of you at all? Well, Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk is incapable of foreseeing calamity. So the source of all creation can't even conceptualize what could happen to Job. So he says, yeah, well, here's Job over there. He's seemingly imbued with an aspect of whatever I am. So have at him, but just don't kill him, more or less. Don't physically torture or kill him. All right. Not directly, I guess. Probably it means just don't slay him or whatever. Or maybe, don't just physically torture and threaten to kill him so that he because antithesis says, hey, he will curse you to your face, meaning, in fact, he will curse what he is, that is the spiritual war. The spiritual war is the antithesis saying, hey, it's Lucifer saying, I'm better than your creation of man or Adam because you made him from the earth. I'm made of fire. I'm better than him. I won't bow down to him. You want me to bow down to something lesser than you. Meanwhile, how is Satan trying to win the spiritual war? By getting all of us, various delusionalized aspects, because the idea that it's even possible to divide an indivisible force is delusion. That's a delusion, right? And I must remain vigilant in my own thinking. I have to. If I skip past these basic fundamentals in my own discourse, I will quickly fall into error and folly. So the fact that almost in a Tourette's-like fashion, I'm continuously stopping at that one concept before I'm able to advance, I have trained myself to stop at basic concepts until they've been accounted for. I must account for that basic fundamental aspect. I've trained myself to do that. I will not rush off headlong into complication and sophistication. No, I will not. Moloch's machine counts on me doing that in order to defeat me, or more correctly, in order to see me defeat myself out of the gate. Watch him trip over his own feet. So from the perspective of my essence says, well, I gave him my essence in a delusion. So if he somehow is convinced to curse his own essence, which is more, as far as I can tell, there's nothing higher to aspire to, then fuck him. I never knew him in the first place. Fuck him. That's you, Padna. That's me. I'm that thing, that everything about me that will not bring forth its own nature is not worth having. Fuck it. It ain't worth having around. Let it die. Render unto Caesar, let the dead bury the dead. Meanwhile, according to the writings attributed to Benito Mussolini, from the perspective of the state, literally everything is property of the state, including you and me. Legal persons, aka businesses, by the way. How about that? I am someone, legally speaking. You still want to be a citizen? Have you met your straw man? And I'm not even getting into that. I'm actually making a joke. Because of course, there's validity to that. The Kabbalion says all truths are merely half-truths. Well, that's not true. All truths other than the essence of what I am are merely half-truths in this realm of delusion and destruction and death. It can be no other way within a delusion. Because in a delusion, right, everything outside of me must contain an element of unreality or otherwise, how can I exist within a delusion? And some of this I'm actually expressing. Some of this I'm coming to understand for the first time. Some of what I'm now saying, whatever that was specifically. Now, the old Benton would need to rush off and try to capture all of this and write it down. Now, it is being captured via a recording, but I've trained myself to what? Surrender to the notion that if the concept is valuable enough, I will remember it if I need to remember it. That's a surrender or getting out of one's own way. So that's what that is. And Moloch's machine has done such a thorough job of indoctrinating the populace to never surrender that I've observed otherwise intelligent, somewhat spiritually developed people becoming forcefully angry with me for even being willing, for even suggesting the possibility of a spiritual surrender. Right. And I never would have developed to the current level of being able to deliver these discourses unless I was willing to surrender spiritually time after time after time. No spiritual surrender is equivalent to no spiritual victory. What I am can only experience victory. What I am is the spiritual victory. That cross that I now see, a physical cross, that's dead. That's a set. That is literally a symbol of death. That's a death symbol. Why do you think all these demonized musicians use it? Why is it so popular? It's a literal death symbol. Why is there one on the side of the road? Because some probably highway worker met their demise there, and their most likely their family put a symbol of their death there, a cross, a Christian cross, a symbol of death, a symbol of the realm itself. So why the cross to symbolize Christ? It's the potential for the resurrection or second coming of the risen Christ within me. And perhaps you, although I have no authority to speak when it comes to you. My authority only exists in reference to me. And I am the highest authority over them. Because what I am at the level of true knowledge of self, I am that force, meaning I am the ultimate authority over me, not something that exists outside of me as a sky daddy or something that benevolently created me and ensnared me in a realm of death and destruction and depravity and said, hey, man, don't you dare go out here and behave in certain ways, or there's going to be guilt and shame and a possible torture after a judgment. That's all dead. None of that exists. That's dead. Moloch taught us that. Moloch's machine taught us that in order to have us serve more perfectly Moloch's machine. Right. That's what that is. Hang on, let's plug in the main phone here before we run out of battery. One moment, please. So, I'm able to utilize brutal logic and manifested truth to make a logical, coherent argument for why the collective is dead. And I think my opinion is the greatest evidence for that being reality is that Moloch's machine trains everyone to always view almost everything through the collective. You have no power via a collective. There is no strength in numbers. The people collectively have no power. The people collectively wield zero power. Zero. None whatsoever. The only power accessible is within me from my perspective. Collectively, it's impossible, right? And this is why I've recently recognized certain aspects of whatever Jack Talcott is preaching. But I don't want to get into that just now. And this is why Christianity and the Bible and all of this being dead and having no life, they operate at a collective level to further ensnare and to ensure that individuals remain strongly identified with delusion itself, which is also what? Death. And what does the Bible say? All they that hate creation or the source of creation, God, love death. What does that mean? Are strongly identified with delusion, are strongly deluded and attracted to delusion. And that explains Jack Talcott. People love to watch a human being epitomize delusion itself. They love it. It's fascinating. What up, our pole? I see you down there. Or up here, maybe. The lofty heights of this discourse. Hey, a truck wash. Is it time to wash the truck? Maybe. Perhaps not. Uh-oh. Hang on, I gotta pause real quick. We gotta get another interchange comes approach it. One moment, please. Make sure we end up on the correct road here. That's my job, after all. And I'm here to tell you, folks, anything short of you as an individual coming into your own version of an understanding and an ability to interface with these concepts, and you are ensnared in a delusional realm of death and destruction. There's no other possibilities. The being either eventually pulls their head out of their ass and grows and changes and transcends limitation and is able to express, consistent with their own nature, or they remain ensnared in identification with this realm. There's nothing in between. Well, we accidentally took the wrong road. I did all of that, and I took the wrong fucking exit because I'm a bozo. Hilarious. Let's see how many miles this adds to the journey. 266. None, actually. So it appears that we will very quickly be able to get back to where we just were. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hang on. I got to fix this. And that, by the way, this has nothing to do with the fact that I was talking. This happened anyways. Okay, I see what they're doing. Yeah, we added 1 mile, maybe 2 miles. Not a big deal. And it's just, this is normal, unfortunately. It's part of it. And you know what's funny is I didn't think we were going to Nashville. I saw that I believed that the signs were telling me we're going to Nashville. I didn't think we were going to Nashville. We're not. So, and in fact, was correct. We're 160 miles east of Nashville. yeah, not a big deal. We go up to the next exit, turn around, go back the way we came. Unfortunately, don't need to use the restroom yet, or it might be a good time for a bathroom break. So I'm approaching all of this pragmatically, right? And the fact is, ask and ye shall receive. You know, many years ago now, I put forth that if Christ, you know, this idea of that Christ will attract, you know, to himself or itself, right? And you know, the idea of finding Christ and all of these things. Many years ago, I put out to the universe, or whatever we're calling it, you know, really within myself, I said, if Christ calls, you know, I will answer, meaning, you know, I will answer the call, right? Whatever that looks like. And not knowing what it would look like, or if it would happen at all. And that began this process. That began this, you know, something that's, you know, I've come to understand. It's not to and again, this is back to the internalization versus the externalization. It's not to externally, at the level of behavior, live a life that checks all the boxes so that the real life after this gets lived based on having served Christ and to not be destroyed. Again, that's a backwards motivation, right? That's to try to assertively act based on a negation or a trying to avoid something. Like, that's not even possible. My brain can't even comprehend that, to not go out here and commit sin. It's like telling a child, don't run. All their brain hears is run. Your mind is unable to act upon a negative. It can't assertively, it can walk, right? So if the child is instructed to, if the child is running and the parent says walk, then the child can convert, that's actionable, right? Don't run is not actionable. That's why, how often do we see a child being given an instruction that starts with, hey, don't, and the look on their face of confusion. Their mind doesn't know what the fuck is they're being told, that they can't process it. Neither can an adult, by the way. Uh-oh, I hope I can turn around here. It's actually telling me to go to the next exit. I think we can. How tall is that overpass? Yeah, 14 feet. .14 feet 0 inches. It must have thought that was a wasn't tall enough for us. Maybe it wasn't at one time. Who knows? And I think, yeah, now we're back. Now it says, yeah, okay, we've added about 4 miles total. I see now. No, more than that, about 6, I guess, 6 miles added to the overall journey. Maybe. Who knows? Doesn't matter. Or maybe it knew there's no merge area and I can't even get up to speed to get onto the fucking interstate. I'm going to have to hit the shoulder. Now we're on the hill climb. So actually, I've arrived at all of this very pragmatically. Again, effectiveness. And effectiveness in a way is what? What does Jack and the Beanstalk manage to pull off in the story of Jack and the Beanstalk? He never actually experiences calamity from his perspective. Nothing. What bad outcome does Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk experience? And again, I'll have to go back and read the story. I don't know. I don't really remember the story, but I'm assuming things happened along the way that people who were strongly identified with the delusional realm itself of the town or the local area, they viewed it as calamitous. Right. But I'm almost certain that Jack never experienced anything like a calamity or a negative outcome. So I'm approaching, and then by definition or by nature of having a psychology that was designed before my parents were even able to offer me up to Moloch, and then the process began of installing a specifically designed psychology into my pretty little head, or my soft little head, right, as a babe. And in fact, when many concepts were taught to me exactly backwards, right, exactly backwards or inverted or opposite. So by necessity, a lot of this is examining from what seems to be the inverse or the opposite. But it only seems to be that in relation to what? Conventional wisdom, the idea of common sense, or what I call the word of mouthing. Well, if most of the people are approaching most topics or phenomena exactly backwards, right, then how can I ever be word of mouth or common sense? Because remember, Benton is applying the lens of effectiveness, right? And which is a big part of effectiveness is what? Avoiding falling into calamity. What greater calamity than to continue to double down on operating on a psychology that itself represents death, destruction, and delusion? Product of this system, by the way. Your very psychology, a product of this system, a system of death, destruction, and delusion. What chance did you ever have? Right. Well, apparently the chance is always there if, in fact, you are also imbued with the spark of divinity, so-called. Right. Again, solipsism dictates that I'll never know. I'll only experience that individually within myself, where I know exactly who and what the fuck I am. Now we're right now back to where we were supposed to be all those minutes ago. It happens. However much time and distance that added. I will check the clocks. Yeah, we got 10 hours and 38 minutes, and this says 7 hours of drive times. And all I technically need to do is get to the delivery, and I'll be fine, because at that point I will be able to use the personal conveyance option if I need to drive out of there. I think we're in Knoxville, I believe. Yeah, this is Knoxville. This is exit 369 of I-40, which I remember I camped out for a few nights back in my backpacking travels and met some local homeless. I actually went and found some trash bags at the truck stop, and a bunch of drunks had left a bunch of garbage at a really nice camping spot, and I cleaned it up and carried out all of the refuse. Many, many years ago now. Got picked up hitchhiking somewhere through here by some little college chickie. Little college girl picked me up hitchhiking. That was kind of funny. Oh, now it's bathroom break time. What about 5 minutes ago when I was pulled off on an exit? Anyway, here's the. Oh, is it actually open? My GPS says that the scale's open. We got the green light though. It's closed. It's just nobody with my app that I paid for has been through here updated. It's closed. Of course it is. Almost brave enough to pull in there and use the restroom. Not quite. Yeah, nothing. It's dead. Nothing happened. Over yonder. So a lot of the way in which I've come to these understandings is pragmatically in order to maintain my mental health, not go insane, not end up medicated, right? Be able to function in society at least to some degree, right? And, it's led me to this point, more or less. And that it comes down to effectiveness. What must I do? What am I willing to take on in order to, be able to effectively, with both within myself and then within this delusional realm. So I'm happy or content to surrender to the idea of this place being a delusional realm of death and destruction, because I know from experience that that will enable even greater levels of effectiveness in my life, which on some level, that's all that matters here is me and my life on some level. Now, clearly, spiritually, how I treat my fellow humans, how I interact with other people, that also, plays a big part overall, right? But in a vacuum and in a context or contexts, consciousness, I think it's contexts, I believe. I don't know. Either way, let's not get sidetracked into that pedantry. Pedantry? I don't know, whatever that word is. Let's not become pedantic any more than we already are. And so I have something to work with. So this is a concept that I learned many, many years ago from a book that really did change my life in ways. The First and Last Freedom by Krishnamurti. And, I got the concept of it's not so what Krishnamurti would say, it's not a problem that you're existing in a realm of death and destruction and delusion. The problem is if you don't know that it's that to lack the knowledge of existing within a realm of death, destruction, and delusion. The moment I'm willing to surrender to that reality, if I'm able to logically make that case and discover that within myself and intuitively and symbolically, and then also at the level of true knowledge of self, if I'm able to confirm all of that, I'm actually incentivized to accept it for what it is, because now there's power in that. Now I have something to work with at the level of effectiveness. What comes along with that is I might feel some type of way about that. What comes along with that is I might see things in a different way. what comes along with that is, that could in the short term cause me problems potentially. Well, so what? What doesn't cause us problems in this life? So to have a motivation of, oh, I'm repelled from accepting this reality based on I see the problems it could cause, that's an incorrect motivation, because strategically the logical form is, okay, is it therefore reasonable to extrapolate that it's possible for me to discover circumstances whereby I will not experience difficulty, problems, and struggle? No, it's not. So part of the plight of the human is to assign an incorrect value to the present circumstances, which always contain problems, difficulties, and struggles, and say, well, the moment I resolve the present set of circumstances, I will then exist within ease, peace, and lack of difficulty. And I'm here to tell you, no, you will not. You will then experience a different set of circumstances, and contained within those new circumstances will be its own difficulties, its own struggles, and its own problems. So that's a logical fallacy. That's a game we run on ourselves, is the idea of, well, when I finally get all of this resolved, then I will be able to relax into peace and lack of struggle, lack of strife, lack of difficulty, lack of problem. Absolutely not. That's wrong. That's not reality. That's a delusion. So, by the way, I've already proven your own delusion to you. If you're willing to say, wow, yes, I do what Benton is suggesting here. I just proved to you that you create and inhabit your own delusions. Why and how? Well, if that's done by your creative force, and you are created in the image and likeness of the big C creator, that's why. Because you're part of the fact that you have a creative force, part of that is it is subverted at times into creating delusion. Guess what? Same for me. As recently as yesterday, I managed to do this. And I'm the one here explaining all of this. And I'm still falling victim to it. That's how serious this can be. So a shortcut to some of this, from my perspective, is examining the concept from its inverse, right? Start there, work what seems like backwards, which is actually going to end up being the proper approach. Again, depending on one's perspective and depending on the context. If I'm trying to make something of myself within Moloch's machine, and I'm strongly identified with Moloch's machine, the inverse of the conventional wisdom might seem like insanity. Now, because why? Because I'm operating based on a premise. I'm operating based on a perspective. And by the way, what I'm describing now is the process of the continuous disciplining of my mind. By the way, love is a discipline of the mind. And so what I'm now doing, this is all necessary in order for me to do what? To get out of my own way enough to stop serving Moloch's machine of death, destruction, and delusion, to by the way, to take ownership of my own creative force that never lies dormant. Because if I don't take direct ownership of it, then it defaults to delusion, death, destruction, despair, depravity, and decadence by serving Moloch's machine. That's what it defaults to. It defaults to subversion, or being subverted. And I mean the actual dictionary definition of the word subvert. To overturn, to overthrow. What is that? That's a revolution. So the antithesis says, okay, if I'm the antithesis, all I have to do is have this bozo not overturn, not experience a revolution. So it seems like a revolution when I refer to getting out of my own way enough to allow Christ or Holy Spirit or Christ consciousness to enter in and express. and I refer that to a revolution, it's really only a revolution based on a perspective based on Moloch's machine, right? Antithesis, right? If I'm viewing based on the lens of antithesis, then yeah, it seems like a revolution. How can it even be a revolution to express my own nature, right? How could that ever be? How could that ever represent revolution? Well, from the perspective of this realm of death and destruction, and a psychology that's operating exactly backwards in many respects, of course, it seems like a revolution. How could it not? And again, the continuous disciplining of the mind to do what? In order to, in every new moment, express my nature, my creative force that never lies dormant, that always brings something new into existence, no matter what. And what is birthed in each new moment within the simulation? This idea that time and space exists, and that each new moment is a now that can be quantified at the level of what? Of by judging the output of my creative force in each new moment, which always represents either a 0 or a 1. There is no middle ground. So in order to always perfectly express, consistent with my nature that is infallible, something that represents the one in a delusion that there is a binary system, right? Within that only exists within this delusion, by the way. All truths other than my nature or source of creation be existing in a duality, thus having to be half truths in order to not. That's the only way they can exist in a realm of duality, right? The idea of a Tao or a balance. I am the balance, see? Or more correctly, my nature fully expressed in the moment can never lack the balance. It's not capable of imbalance. My nature perfectly expressed in the now is incapable of lacking balance, or more correctly, it's incapable of being imbalanced. Do you see how the realm, Moloch's machine, has set us all up individually to not be able to express this? Because the word of mouthing or so-called conventional wisdom says, well, you can't ever perfectly express the nature of Christ, little Benton. Hold my beer. Doing that now, motherfucker. Absolutely, because that's what I am. I am Christ in that way. Now, again, you can't even say that. That's taboo to even talk that way, right? That's only possible to exist outside of me. Oh, yeah, Christians will say that exists. That will never have you been. No, but we're willing. Holy Spirit will enter in, but I can't call it Christ consciousness or it's blasphemy. Fuck you. Fuck that. Bullshit. 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 It's the risen Christ, the resurrection of the risen Christ, where, here, when, now, within me. Surprise, surprise, the only time and place in which I, in the illusion, have any ability to express what? Power. Power. Authority. Law. Natural law. Creative force. Interesting. Almost like there's been an entire delusion and an entire pagan deity that I was sacrificed to and my parents were sacrificed to as babies. Almost as if that actually exists at the level of as an unreality, surrealistically within a delusion that in some way I continue to create moment to moment. Fascinating. Fascinating. One moment, please. Taking care of business here. So why is it verboten and taboo to even talk the way I just talked or speak that way? That's how I know I'm onto something. Right. Meanwhile, the church will say I'm blaspheming, and I'll say, well, we know the tree, we know your tree by your fruit, so I'm going to just go ahead and say you have no standing, church, to address me at the level of these topics. By what authority, church, do you address me with respect to such matters? And what we will soon find is none, because whatever authority they assert, I will reference their own book. And I will say, well, it says here, we know the tree by the fruit. And I'm judging the fruit coming out of the church as meaning to form an opinion on. So now I know the nature of the tree that from whence the fruit originated. So what I will say is the tree from whence that fruit originates can never claim authority over me, or more correctly, can never claim to be under an authority that would have the standing to address me with respect to such matters. So I don't know what to tell you. Hate to break it to you, Bible thumpers and Christians, but none of that has anything to do with me, meaning whatever a Christian would respond with. And remember, I'm not willing to call myself a Christian. Would not want to be confused for those bozos, certainly. That would be a disaster. Or could be a disaster. Uh-oh, wait a minute. No, let's not leave the fanny pack in the back. Let's not do that. Where is it? Pardon me. All right. Back on the road here. I picked kind of a bad place to stop, but we'll get away with it, hopefully. Hopefully. Oh my God. Some moron is already slowing down because I'm here. I look in my mirror and it's just some moron as I start to roll, just like slowing down, slowing down, slowing down. So many people think they need to let someone over. It's like, yeah, in most situations, there's nothing to be done to let. I don't need to be let over. I need them to go past me. So they actually have made my situation much worse. And so what's the motivation for them to slow down to let me over? It's the fact that they may be observed by others not letting me over and appear guilty or shameful as it's their fear of losing face. Right? It has nothing to do with me. It actually made my situation far, far worse because it forced me to stop what I was doing and start over from a worse position, by the way. And so what I'm now doing is much more difficult than it otherwise would have been because their motivation was a negative motivation of I can't allow people to see me potentially doing something shameful. I can't be seen to selfishly not let this trucker over, but the situation calls for what I'm doing is not involving people letting me over. It involves me accelerating to a high enough speed to safely merge into traffic. Now, once I get up to a safe speed, then somebody can let me over. At 20 miles an hour, I can't be let over because I can't safely get into the road yet. See what I mean? And so how can a society comprised of individuals who lack the capacity to think their way through a problem of traffic, right? This is the state of the people, right? And this shows you how Moloch's machine operates at a level of guilt and shame, right? That person has no concern for if they're even could be made aware that they made my struggle far more difficult than it otherwise would have been. All they had to do was just seeing me, seeing the situation, just keep doing whatever they were already doing. The potential for guilt, fear, and shame kicked in, and it actually altered their behavior in the moment. That is the strongest motivator in many cases, or one of the strongest. Right? That's just wrong. So in a way, I'm unable to ever collectively join such a group. How can I ever attach myself to groups of people who operate at that level? Like, that's never going to work, right? That can never work. It's just not possible. And again, the collective is dead. Like, they're acting from a motivation of death, destruction, and delusion. This idea that they could suffer a negative consequence because they saw a big rig with its flashers on starting to move, and they did not slow down. But what I needed them to do was shoot on past me, because they were the only car that might be taking the exit, and I had pulled over on the other side of an exit. And if they're taking that exit, I can no longer safely proceed, because I might, in fact, cause an accident, and I don't have the option of causing an accident. So thus forcing me to come to a complete stop and wait for them to go by. And as soon as I came to a complete stop, they done what they should have done and put their blinker on and got in the other lane. But what they wanted to do was be considerate and slow down, and from their perspective, let me get into traffic and sort of protect me in a way. Oh, well, I'll protect you from the traffic coming up behind, except I can't accelerate fast enough. See, I can't get up to even 50 miles an hour quickly enough to get in front of them. Meanwhile, what if they're actually taking the exit? We might collide with one another. See, an inability on their behalf to even conceptualize all of it. When in almost all situations, the safest thing for somebody driving a car to do is get the fuck away from that semi as quickly as possible. That's almost always the safest option in almost all scenarios. See that semi? Get the fuck away from it as fast as we can. That's almost always the safest option. Not always, but almost always. But the strategy being based on avoidance of fear, guilt, and shame, or more correctly, inhabiting fear and then seeing a scenario, inhabited by fear and seeing a scenario that could lead to guilt and shame, or more correctly, more guilt and shame. And I would say, well, the being is already possessed of guilt and shame. Does it really matter at this point if more guilt and shame shows up? I mean, what's that? Are we even going to be able to tell the difference on some level? Lanes, 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 folks. I want y'all to get around, because I had no idea that there was going to be a third lane. And now y'all have pulled up onto me on my right. And now I want to get in your lane, except I've slowed way down. And what does somebody do? We're the only two cars on this stretch of road. I slowed way down because I want to get in their lane. They slowed way down right next to me. And then I slowed way down again. And then finally they figured out to go around me. That's the state of the people. They slowed way down because I slowed way down. Because I have to there has to be danger lurking, right? Well, but wait a minute. What if I just strategically need to get in the other lane and I can't go fast enough to get behind them? And it's based on I'm not from here and I don't have the lanes memorized like everybody else does. I don't know this stretch of road intimately. They are not able to conceptualize any of that. That's another reason we can't have a proper society. how can we have a golden rule? And this is why I've always recognized that the biblical concept of do unto others, it's simply flawed, right? They're not able to practice that from my perspective because they can't conceptualize what I would prefer them to do in a given scenario. They're unable to conceptualize that. They lack the capacity to practice the golden rule in some of these scenarios. They're unable to. Progress, mind, body, and spirit is needed for them to ascend to the level of even being able to do unto others. Christianity would teach, oh, it's a given. And I would say, well, wait a minute. I can't just assume that the person even has the capacity to practice such a rule, the so-called golden rule. And in a degenerated society, if we look back at Make America Great Again, and that's some notion of returning to the climate of the 50s, which isn't even possible within a corporate hellscape. But I'd say, well, if the current humans are a degenerated form of that, and back in the 50s they were capable of practicing the golden rule, why do you assume that a degenerate populace is capable of that now? That doesn't make any sense to me. What's that based on? Excuse me, I'm eating the chocolate now. Pardon me. Two left lanes blocked at mile marker 404. Expect delays. How far is that? About 12 miles. Now the question is was it a wreck that's already been cleared? And my experience is they leave those signs, those LED signs, it takes them a while to turn those off or change them. So there may or may not be such a thing up ahead. We'll see. So hearing all of this, a lot of people would say, yeah, I mean, we enjoy hearing the theory of all this hypothetically, but realistically, who would want to practice all of these things? It sounds insane. It sounds like a bad time as far as how difficult it could be initially and all this. It sounds like a lot of work. Well, what I say is, well, to not do that is to allow one's creative force to default to serving death, destruction, delusion, depravity, and, if there's a literal Satan, Satan himself in this realm and system of things. Oh, fuck. This chocolate says may contain nuts, and I think a little tiny fragment of nuts has wedged itself between two of my teeth. That doesn't feel good. Anyway, so what I'm again looking at it backwards. I'm not to look at it based on what will I go through, what will I put myself through in order to actually do what Benton is suggesting. I don't look at it that way. I look at what will my life be like if I continue to identify with this realm and continue to serve Moloch's machine as I've done for many years in the past. So it's an idea from the art of war. First, the warrior places themselves beyond the possibility of defeat. And in fact, with true knowledge of self, what I know myself to be cannot be defeated full stop, cannot experience defeat, only knows victory, meaning when identified with these undertakings, can only succeed. If that makes sense. Is not capable, when properly identified with my own nature within myself, what I am can never fail. How about that? Infallible. But only in each new moment when I'm expressing my own essence or nature via my creative force. In the moments that I fail, I always express a zero, which always on some level serves Moloch's machine and delusion and destruction and antithesis. There's no middle ground. So what I'm viewing is I'm now viewing each new moment as a choice between affirming creation and affirming the antithesis of that creation. Meaning, whatever I have to do to express the one and to avoid expressing the zero, I will do, whatever that is. That's a warrior, by the way, in a spiritual war. Says, I'll do whatever I have to do to win. And lucky for me, my nature can't experience is unable to experience defeat anyway. It's all working out from that perspective. Anyway, sorry for the mouth noises, but we're consuming the chocolate. Very important. Theobromine. Powerful nootropic. Excuse me. And again, we're back to how much of this delusion and how much of this realm is set up and how much of our psychologies are designed so that at the level of our own power and our own view and our own perspective, it's exactly backwards, right? So I don't even consider what will my life look like. I don't even consider, what will be the difficulty. Because why? Because I'm going to experience difficulty no matter what. So that's, by the way, a backwards motivation. It's a delusional motivation that to identify with, well, if I were to change and begin to act based on certain principles that Benton is talking about, to assign a struggle or a difficulty to that based on the notion that if I don't choose that, I will not experience struggle and pain and problems. That's wrong. That's not reality. That's a delusion. But in fact, that is a lot of the motivation of the individual, is to view, any new skill, any new practice, any new undertaking. Oh, well, there's going to be these feelings. There's going to be these struggles. There's going to be difficulty. And the way this prevents people from acting and changing and growing and transcending is the person delusionally believes that without that, they are not going to experience difficulty. What I'm going to say is, you are already experiencing difficulty. You are most likely going to continue to struggle and experience difficulty and problems, no matter what, because that's circumstances dictate that. The human is suffering from a delusional belief that, oh, well, I'm in the process In fact, I'm in a group or herd called society or MAGA or the people who look like me and think like me. We're all in a group and we're in the process of fixing all of this so that there won't be a valid reason to experience difficulty in the future. That's a fantasy and that's a delusion. See, that's not reality. That's insane, right? Because I'll say, okay, well, I'm going to need you to explain to me exactly, what is the progress being made right motherfucking now towards achieving all of that? What is the progress that's going to be made tomorrow? What's the plan? What are you doing? What are they doing? What is happening? Oh, well, we're laying back and waiting for Trump to fix it. Well, that's not good enough. What are you talking about? He's a politician. He works for banks and corporations. What do you mean? And meanwhile, there's absolutely no history of government and corporations making anything better whatsoever for masses of people in this country. What are you talking about? This is delusional on its face, right? And this is part of the reason why, realistically, I'm only able to teach all of this to myself because I can't, there's really not a way for me to instruct someone on how to overcome all of what is already placed within the psychology to hold the individual back, should they be foolish enough to even embark on such an endeavor. And most aren't. Oh, shit. And here we have a trucker going from dead stop to just driving directly into the lane of travel. Right? Very dangerous. Very dangerous. Here's another one doing it up ahead. Two in a row, just going from zero to just I'm in the fucking interstate. It's insane. It's complete insanity that someone would do this. And now it's a race. Now I'm not even going to let me get in front of him. Oh man, give me a second. I'll be right back. I gotta rinse the mouth out, and I'll find something to discourse about. So back to the notion, if you are what I am and what I know myself to be, but you don't fully know that yet. And in fact, look how long it took me to get to that point, and it just happened about 3 weeks ago. True knowledge of self, I mean, and being able to properly identify within myself, and then thusly to not have to identify with the realm unless I, erroneously end up doing just that, right? Hang on, we're in a construction zone. I mean, there's people. I slow down when I see people. Excuse me. Pardon me. So what happens as a result is, oh, what the fuck? Hang on. I think we're almost out of the construction zone. Not quite. Anyway, here's the Sevierville Buckies. And it looks like it would be Seaverville, but I can assure you it's Sevierville, even though it's spelled Seaver. So the reality is, I can't do anything about anybody's plight other than my own, right? And even that is, what now that there's not even really a plight, Plight, take the P away and we're left with light, right? But so this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. So as I'm, more often than not, I am able to bring forth and express in each new moment consistent with my nature, which is infallible, right? Which is incapable of fear, hate, anger, and all of these things. But yeah, when improperly identified, I am able to experience those states, right? Again, within a delusion, within a realm of delusion. Because outside of the delusion, here's a key point. If the delusion is not present, then it's Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk, right? Meanwhile, the people strongly identified with Jack would have thought Jack was delusional, right? In Jack, the story of Jack and the Beanstalk. But if So the ways in which I'm able to experience fear, worry, stress, that only exists based on how strongly I'm identifying with a realm of literal delusion, right? So when I've had very little stress, fear, anxiety, or worry in these last 3 weeks. I've experienced very small amounts, and I had a tiny flash of it yesterday. I mean, the tiniest little flash of it, and it was quite incongruous. And I now every time it happens, I know exactly why I'm worried. I know exactly why I'm feeling stressed. I know exactly why I'm experiencing fear. And it's only ever because in the last couple of moments or in the present moment, I'm failed to properly identify. And that's the only cause. And when properly identified, there can be no fear. There can be no worry. There can be no stress. It's not possible. Because when properly identified within myself, consistent with my own nature, I cannot express any of that. And by the way, that only happens via my creative force. Now, what I just saw was a very bizarre billboard of a woman, and it said something about make your skin like shine again or something. And it had what was clearly a female face with short blonde hair, right? And a maniacal, like a beaming face with wide eyes. And I swear to you, it looked like Trump. It had a suit, like a big padded shouldered suit on, right? And with the short hair, almost like if anybody remembers that Susan Powder, right? A little bit longer than that. If anybody remembers that lady from TV back in the day. And it looked like they were part of their sales pitches associating themselves with how positively the image of Trump is viewed. That was fucking bizarre. I'd like to be able to view that, independently from just seeing it for a second or two driving past it. All right, buddy. You want to follow me to the promised land? We're going to do it at 58. We're not going to do it at 63. So all you can eat, buddy. If you like 63 up my trailer's ass, have all you want, but we're going 58. Of course, he's on his phone, so he almost sideswipes me. It's a big rig, by the way. Well, he's on his phone, so of course he almost sideswipes me as he goes by. Why would it be? Again, slow driving contest. Now he's in the other. Now he's in the left lane. Now he's going. Now he's out of his lane, but on the other direction. Right. So now we're back to slow driving contest. Meanwhile, how did he catch up to me? So now I'm down to 55, and he's actually somehow managing to get in front of me while almost going slower than I am going. This is just fucking bizarre. It's a slow driving contest. How slow do I have to go? I'm going to go however slow it takes. Because they turned my truck down, and I'm continuously receiving messages to stop speeding. Not me personally. Apparently, they go to all the drivers, but that's fine, man. I did 14 months with Snyder, and my truck wouldn't go past 63 unless I was going downhill. So whatever. I'll go as slow as I need to go. If y'all want this freight delivered on time, that may not be possible. I can come out here and drive as slow as I need to. It's not a problem. I'm in this truck no matter what. It doesn't really matter. Anyway. And so I'm reaching these conclusions by specifically applying a lens of effectiveness, meaning as soon as I can detect that a particular way of thinking, a particular attitude, a particular approach to a problem, or a prediction of the future that may Anything that I know will lead to ineffectiveness in my life, I eliminate it. It's excised. It's pulled out by the root. I'm no longer willing to entertain it, such as, here's an example. I accept that no matter what happens, there will be difficulty. Well, there won't be difficulty as long as I'm properly identified, but within a vacuum, right? There's not good outside of proper identification. There's no possibility of completely eliminating difficulty. So you who are not properly identified, if you're willing to entertain this notion, right? Again, I can't make that determination. I said if, right? If you're willing to entertain these notions, then what that leads to is for you to listen to what I'm prescribing, right? And I'm not even prescribing it, but if you're interpreting this as if I'm prescribing, and your reaction to that is, well, to view the difficulty, that's a false premise because it implies that without acting on what I'm suggesting, you don't experience difficulty. That's a lie you're telling to yourself. You're bullshitting yourself. And one of my first ever practices was to say, I'm going to stop bullshitting myself. So to even operate based on a notion of, well, if I do what Benton suggests, that sounds difficult. What's that based on? That's based on your fantasy notion that you're otherwise capable of not experiencing difficulty. No, you're not. You encounter difficulty every single motherfucking day of your life. Every day of your adult life involves you experiencing difficulty on some level. So to operate based on a notion of, if I do what Benton suggests, that will be difficult. Yeah, it will. Guess what? So is everything else. If you do what I'm suggesting, you might have the possibility of now living a life at some point in the future, being able to ascend within yourself to the level of experiencing way less difficulty on a day in, day out basis. I'm living proof, if you're willing to take my word for it. And I'm not suggesting that you would be or should be. Some will hear me talk and say, yeah, that makes sense. I believe it. I get it. But see, I'm not selling you anything. I'm not offering you anything. I can't sign you up for an organization based on my own, based on the ideas I'm talking about. I can't even form or join an organization. I'm, in fact, saying all organizations are dead. All organizations are dead. Only exist based on delusion, right? In fact, almost the entirety of your own psychology only exists within delusion, in service of delusion. Think about that. Now, again, I'm not here to convince you. I know that to be the case, but that's only if you are what I am, right? I can't even be completely sure that you exist as a discrete being separate from me. I can't even prove that. You can never be sure. There has to be room for doubt. So I could assist once people begin these processes, right? Now, part of any new undertaking is the person is going to have missteps. The person is going to have, they're going to be in error. They're not going to be able to practice. Forget about perfectly. They're not even really able to practice at all out of the gate. Forget about practicing perfectly. Right. Now, how much can the person continue to be their own source of motivation? Right. How much can they be their own source of motivation? Because if they think they can use my words as motivation, I'm here to tell you that does not go far. Motivation, thank you, Mr. David Goggins, is crap. Motivation can't be counted upon, because motivation will be, at some point in the future, the motivation will no longer be present. What now? So strategically, at the level of effectiveness, I better figure out quick, fast, in a hurry how to continue to work towards my goals when there's no motivation present, or more correctly, there's no external motivation present, right? So a lot of this is resulted solely based on my ability to choose to do a thing and just not quit the thing. Truck driving, by the way, if I wasn't willing and able to say I'm just going to drive a truck for a year, as I did, I committed to it, and then I persisted through day after day, week after week, month after month of wanting to motherfucking quit. There were lots of days, multiple times a day, my brain said, "Sir, you're going to quit this." And I said, "Sure." And then later I said, "Okay, we'll quit. We'll do it tomorrow." Or "We'll quit. We'll do it later today." The only thing that matters is not quitting in the now. Because remember, the future does not exist. All I have to do is not quit right now. Right? That's it. Just don't quit. Or more correctly, how do I not quit in the now? Just keep going. Just continue. Right. Continue on. Have they closed the motherfucking entire exit here? What's going on? Are they forcing me to not take? No, they haven't. Sometimes it's just you just never really know what's happening with the road. At first glance, it looked like the entire exit was closed, but it's not. It's so confusing, though. People have ran over most of these cones out here. Yeah, this is not, whoever designed this is not well designed, this construction. They could have done much better. Awesome. It's a choice between riding on the rumble strip or almost running all these cones over. So I guess we'll almost run the cones over instead of listening to the rumble strip. This is one of the drawbacks of driving at night, although if this is up during the daytime, this is, this would be a huge delay. I have to think they're going to take all of this away before daytime, but who knows? The construction zone, I mean. So back to Moloch's machine and all of these concepts I'm talking about. And here's another thing that keeps the being very strongly identified with this realm and with Moloch's machine is, just to try to imagine yourself in a vacuum outside of the context of society, outside of the context of a physical location, And very quickly, you'll see that you only really exist in your own consciousness in relation to all of these other phenomena. So, the realm gets a lot of mileage out of your own inability to even have an identity outside of what this place purports to be. Like, without being able to define yourself in relation to this realm and what's going on here, do you even know what you are or who you are, right? Because I don't know that you do. Until proven otherwise, you don't, And this is also part of how I realized I got sick of hearing some of these Christians preach this TBE and this Pancake Luigi, also known as Paleo Edge, and he's a young fella. And I finally just said, "Hey, man, How come I never hear none of y'all testify? Because the Bible calls you to testify. He started telling me his biography. I said, man, that's your biography, sir. Testimony would be your experiences of transformation through Christ, sir. You don't even know what testimony is. You're here explaining how to serve Christ and God and the Bible and Christianity and a religion. You're here explaining to us, you don't even know what testimony is, right? So make these bozos show what they claim. Make them show it, right? They will quickly show that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Well, not knowing what the fuck one's talking about certainly doesn't preclude one from speaking, now does it? I said, why are you giving me your biography, sir? He's confused as to why I'm interrupting. I said, you're just telling me the story of your life. I haven't heard any testimony. I can give mine at the drop of a hat. No problem there. This guy spent zero time with these concepts. Zero. You're going to tell me how to perform the concepts, how to perform the religion, how to interpret the writings in the scripture. This is who's going to dictate to me how to do these things. And how's he going to do it? By when I dare to speak on these concepts, he's going to show up and say, "What about this? What about that? You're not doing this correctly. And this that's a Pharisee." He's going to say, "Well, it's over here. It says this and it says that." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm going to need you to prove that you are what you say you are by a testimony. Because if you are what you say you are, you have testimony." And what we found out, he doesn't have testimony because he's not the thing he's trying to pass himself off as. And he's trying to pass himself off as that thing by externally running around observing other people and then correcting them because he's unable to get right with himself inside of himself, which is where his power is. See? Again, Moloch's machine has convinced him that all efforts must be assertively directed outward, where they can never bear fruit. My power can never be outside of me. I control almost nothing outside of me. My power is almost exclusively inside my own energy sphere, inside of myself. That's where I'm able to work. I can do almost nothing whatsoever outside of that, again, which only exists as a delusion, within the delusion that even exists at all, right? A time and a place and a space, my vibrational energy sphere, right? Which does seemingly exist, at least with respect to this delusion, this realm of delusion. And exists what? As a delusion with its own delusional biography, its own delusional, in some way, delusional set of experiences, right? Or at least, many of which were results of delusion. Created, again, via delusion. Boy, this is some slow. This is a slog out here, man. This is some slow going with all this construction. Oh, man. Yeah, like I said, I've done way more driving on this shift than I ever assumed. I've been driving pretty much the whole time, meaning, making maneuvers, watching my speed. It's almost the entire time. It's like 3 hours of this by now, 3+ hours of actually actively driving. Something else, Bo. This is not the reason I drive these hours. Are they going to let me get back to my discourse? I don't know. Probably not. Not yet, anyway. Patience, truck driver. Man, this is brutal. This reminds me of on 85 in South Carolina, going through in the daytime like 50 miles of this, and just eventually just losing my shit to some extent, and just like beating the steering wheel and going, fuck, 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 because there's just nowhere to stop. It's just like, an hour. If one has to stop and go to the bathroom, it's impossible unless you want to try to pull off and then try to merge back into all of that. It's almost impossible. Right. And now it's gonna be 30 miles of this for all. I have no fucking idea. It's been, I think it's over. Right as I say that, it ends. It was like 12 miles of that. It seemed like had to have at least been 10 miles. Yay, it's over. And I got one of the dump trucks from the construction project in front of me. I'm waiting to see what speed is he going to go. Dump truck drivers love to get in. They love to have races. So he might be playing possum to see if I'll race him. So I'm hanging back to see what he's going to do. Because invariably, as soon as I try to pass, he'll hammer down and have a race. And some of that is, I don't know, that's probably actually a state-owned dump truck, but a lot of them own their own dump trucks. So, they've souped them up or whatever. It's faster than you might otherwise think. So they look to have a race, a lot of them. Stretch the legs, have a reason to spool up the turbo. Custom turbo setup. Yeah, see, he's speeding up, but he sure did wait to see if I'd race him. He held back for a long ass time to see if I'd rush up there and race him. Yeah, he's getting on with it now. I knew he was playing possum though. I could just feel it. What up, Rad Ventures? Good to see you. Yeah, I am on a roll. Thank you for noticing. Much appreciated. It's been a 3-week roll. I achieved, or achieved is not the correct term, but a true knowledge of self was realized. So-called self-realization about 3 weeks ago. That in fact, 100% certain and able to apprehend my nature or essence, which is one with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy, and not in a fleeting way, not to impugn psychedelics, but not in the context of something fleeting within a trip, but in a lasting way in which I've in some measure been transformed or am being transformed as a result. Such that for the last 3 weeks, I've experienced almost no stress, worry, fear, or anxiety, because in every moment in which I begin to experience fear, anxiety, or worry, because of my meditation practice of many years, I immediately am aware of the fear, anxiety, or stress, and I know exactly why it's occurring. Is because I've temporarily failed to identify with my own nature inside of myself, which is one with the highest levels of creation, meaning my essence, what I am, can never experience any of that, and I only experience any of that via this delusion of this realm, which was created via literal delusion by my essence. What I know myself to be, that's the source of what has created this world, and this world exists as the product of a delusion, which is never capable of being a living thing, right? Which only can only properly be comprised of death, right? Render unto Caesar, let the dead bury the dead, by the way. That's what that means. It doesn't mean do what the government tells you to be a good little, and I know you're not, but a person who might otherwise believe in Christianity and the Bible, that's not what render unto Caesar means. It means if that's what Caesar wants, let him have it, because it's dead and worthless anyway. So who cares? Because when I connect with my nature inside of myself and I interpret that passage from the Bible, that's what I know it to mean. Well, it has no value anyway. It only has value within a realm of delusion, death, and destruction. It doesn't. It's doesn't have life anyway. Let him have it. If that's what he wants. If that's what'll shut him up, give him what he's asking for. If that'll make him shut the fuck up, let him have it. He will surely have his reward. Let the dead bury the dead. And recognizing that this realm operates based on business and industry and the Industrial Revolution, a literal pagan deity known as Moloch, right? And I'm talking about Moloch as described in the section 2 of Allen Ginsberg's famous poem Howl. And we don't need to then character assassinate Allen Ginsberg the human. Anybody who ever got to the level of fame that Allen Ginsberg achieved, they're all debunked. There's nobody who's ever been as famous as Allen Ginsberg was for a time who's not some version of aligned with very. That's not a thing. So we don't need to go into the history whereby Allen Ginsberg is null and void. That's not important. He's dead. I'm talking about the poem, not the man. Right. So can we please, and I'm not talking to Rad Ventures anymore. Good to see you, by the way. We're skipping, but can we please skip the part where we have to affirm that the human being Allen Ginsberg has no standing? Yeah, that's fine. Neither does Donald Trump, by the way. Neither does anybody that's super famous that you might identify with. And I'm not saying I identify with Allen Ginsberg. I'm citing a poem. So section 2 of Howl, the exact way that Ginsberg describes Moloch, that's what I mean by Moloch. Give me a moment. It's yet another slow driving contest as they attempt to pass me, but do it in the slowest way possible. It's quite strange, but it is happening. Almost like they need to have a struggle. And by the way, remove the struggle from the human and watch them create their own struggle. That is almost always what will happen, right? Artificially, in a thought experiment, in a vacuum, in a simulation, remove all struggle and strife and difficulty and obstacles from the human and watch them create that for themselves. Because remember, in some way, how do they even know that they exist? If you remove a lot of these contexts, you can remove all of this from me, and I know exactly what I am. Now, prior to 3 weeks ago, that wasn't exactly the case. Now, was it? I have no need of this delusion in order to define me. I can't ever be properly defined in relation to a delusion. The delusion is properly defined in relation to me. Again, exactly backwards in many respects. This place is. Now we're going to talk like Yoda, I guess. What's up, Mindful Exposures? Good to see you. Bear with me as I negotiate these hills. It's one of the challenges of driving at night is I can't, I can't see the hills. So I don't really know what the fuck's going on much of the time. When do I need to slow down or I'll go too fast? It's like, oh, now I'm climbing a hill going slow. I don't really know when or where that's about to occur. And just working with the various tissues and sensations in one's illusory body, right? Yesterday having this, whatever this release of anger or pent up frustration was, and that only happened by temporarily strongly identifying with the realm itself. And then, whatever that release is, and then feeling the release in the moment. And then the rest of the day, I lied down for hours without going to sleep, and just the relaxation of those tissues. And then now the resultant, now my muscles and tissues are physically sore. And then, many people would interpret that as this is we've done something wrong, and that would be interpreted as something to avoid. But in fact, this is the healing process, right? It was the only reason I'm able to even be this sore is because I first was that relaxed, right? That those tissues were able to, the tension was relieved to such a degree to even create the soreness, if that makes sense. And if anybody's ever lifted weights and, put on muscle and all of this over a period of time, it's kind of the same thing, delayed onset muscle soreness, right? Sort of the same thing in a way, right? Because those tissues, they were able to release all of that tension, at least temporarily. And now what are they doing? It's like, they sort of, I think in a way probably don't know, is it, well, are we going to go back to that level of tension? Like, they probably don't believe me, right? It's like, are we really going to be that relaxed, in the face of, all of these fearful aspects of a delusion? Well, again, what I am can't fear, right? What I am can't conceptualize a valid reason to fear. It can't even conceptualize. My essence cannot experience fear. My essence is incapable of experiencing defeat. My essence can only know victory. So, whatever this is about my physicality, that's a delusion. I know it's a delusion because it's able to experience this physical pain. It's able to experience, the pent up tension from 30 or 40 years ago. That's, by the way, in my experience, it's the most difficult to release energies. They are able to hang around the longest, right? So that's what we're talking about. In my body, it's like, oh, really? You're really going to let this go after hanging on to it for 40 years or however long it's been? Something that, that you repressed when you were 11 or whatever, right? See, it doesn't believe me because based on experience, it says, well, what we know is that you hang on to all of this. So, yeah, we understand that you are the one with the capacity to release it and allow it to flow away from you. And the only reason it's here is because it flowed to you and you identified with it strongly enough to grasp it and to halt its flow. And anything that's not in flow is not alive. And in fact, I identified with it based on its delusional nature of death, and I clung to it. And that's the only reason it's here, right? So you can see that spiritually, on some level, I must prove that I'm not going to remain, that I'm not going to continue to hang on to it. Right. And that's the pain. That's the struggle. That's the pent up frustrations. And it was because I refused in the past to experience whatever emotion or sensation was associated with the event of the time, and thus capturing those gross negative states, right? And this is what I mean when I say repression is always harmful to the individual. And now the only way that I know of to get shed of all of this is to experience it and let it go, right? And I was able to experience some of that anger yesterday in what I believe to have been, what I know to have been a constructive way, right? And I'm now being offered to drive this person's truck for them at 63 miles an hour. Offer not accepted. And I let them know by slowing down to 55 to let them know to pass me. Because remember, they can only catch me if they're higher, if their average speed is higher than my average speed mathematically. So they've proven that they're going faster than I am. So please let's not follow me at 63, letting their adaptive cruise control drive their truck for them so they can look at their phones, by the way. Well, and this is interesting, mindful exposures. You're right about the physical healing. She's talking about telomeres. So what I've done for the last 4 years or so, 3 to 4 years, is as much as I'm able in a let thy food be thy medicine and physician heal thyself, a great deal of healing has occurred, which is part of my testimony, by the way. There's been a great measure of healing. And I suspect some of it is via the means you're talking about, telomeres, stem cells, growth hormone. Well, guess what medical science says is good for all of that? And I know Mindful Exposures knows this, fasting. Well, I spent over 2 years in a state of what medicine would call semi-starvation. So the fact that I consume food on a daily basis, as far as my body's concerned, I fasted for about 2 fucking years. Like literally. Meaning I was in such a caloric deficit for such an extended period of time that I would have experienced much of the effects of what they call autophagy, which I'm almost certain, I don't know about telomeres specifically, but I'm suspect it would involve some aspect of acting on telomeres, certainly growth hormone, stem cells, and all of these things. Right. And in some way, the body consuming the diseased tissues, right? Which is probably some reason why my body weight got all the way down to about 110 pounds. In fact, I think might have gotten below. And at a certain point, I was looking at the trend saying, what happens when I hit what happens when I look at the scale one day and it says 99? What then? What do we do then? And I'll say this, in my experience, anybody that wants to level up inside themselves, transcending limitation and ascending in their own conscious awareness. And again, consciousness means awareness. Most folks are going to, in my opinion, will find very quickly that how they choose to eat and what they choose to eat will quickly be a limiting factor when it comes to mind, body, and spirit. Right. And in fact, most of us already understand certain concepts to where out of the gate, to begin to practice a lot of this, the intellect will not, it'll be a long ass time before the intellect is the problem. Meaning the person will need to practice at a basic level before obtaining more information to practice at a more intermediate level. It's going to be more the spirit, and out of the gate, I think the body's going to be the factor, because if a person believes that they can go to fast food on a regular basis and advance spiritually, that's insane. Are you crazy? Meanwhile, I used to do that. I was engaged in a bunch of spiritual practices and meditation, and regularly was eating fucking fast food, right? Not so much the burger joints, but more like Little Caesars or Pizza Hut type shit. Well, it's still fast food. Your Domino's, it's still all of that. And now I'm stuck in a never-ending series of big rigs catching up to me and probing to see if I'm followable. Meaning, can they fall in behind me and look at their phones? It's like, nope, I'm going just slow enough to not be appropriate for any of you to follow me, but they have to take my pulse, take my temperature first, because maybe I'm going to go fast enough for them to follow. Like, nah, sorry about your luck. I'm going to end up averaging like 58 miles an hour in a 70 all through here. Because we are having a slow drive. Truck driving and just driving in general has very quickly turned into a slow driving contest. I don't know if you folks have noticed this. Now, when there's actual traffic, and there's a lot of it, it's different. But what I'm noticing in some of these areas, it's 8:30 in the morning, like yesterday coming into Birmingham, and there really wasn't enough cars on the road to even be traffic. It looked like a Sunday afternoon to me. Now, I didn't go through downtown, but I went through the bypass, that goes like around downtown, which should have had plenty of traffic on it at 8:40 in the morning. And I guess reflexively, people will blame tariffs. I don't know, maybe. Whatever that is. Trying to let this guy behind me understand that I'm going slow. He probably doesn't believe me because I hauled ass to get in front of him so he can merge onto the interstate. It's like, no, bro, I'm going slow as fuck. And I can already tell you're going to haul ass. So let's just go ahead and pass me. Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, temporarily haul balls to let this guy on the interstate. Temporarily, sir. And so, by the way, back to the realm of death, delusion, destruction, depravity, and decadence, what more powerful symbol could there be that the being is affirming death and antithesis of creation as valid by what they choose to consume? And then the idea of, what is the resultant, what results, right? What is the result of what the person, and again, there's metaphor of what do they take in spiritually also, and what do they take in intellectually. But, I would say for a lot of folks, what will hold them back initially is actually going to be just how polluted most folks' physicality is, right? It's pretty bad for a lot of people. And then, if I talk about, and it's by the way, it's backwards. A lot of people want me to tell them what to eat. When I bring this up, well, okay, well, what do you eat? Well, forget about me. When I was a child, I've never met another person that was as picky of an eater as I was as a child. Forget about me. Meanwhile, when I was very, very ill and, still discovering what I could even eat, I might mention something I was eating and somebody would then want to say, well, how does that taste? And I'm like, look, I'm in semi-starvation here. Everything tastes delicious. Like, there's nothing that tastes bad when a person is literally starving. Like, I'm experiencing such a caloric deficit over time. What it tastes like is just not even a consideration. It's not about enjoyment. And that shows where many people are. This system has run such a train on them that they associate food with enjoyment or pleasure. That's not the point of eating. The point of eating is, what does the body require right now? It's not about what does that food taste like. I promise you, whatever the body needs right now that you give it will eventually taste good, meaning, pardon me, I'm now eating 100% dark chocolate cocoa with no sugar. If you ate a square of that, it would taste very bitter to you. It has no bitter flavor to me whatsoever because my body has identified exactly the high levels of nutrition that are in it, and it tastes delicious. But the first time I ate it, it tasted somewhat bitter, and that's because I've been eating dark chocolate every day for many months now. When I first started eating the dark chocolate, I started with the kind that also had a lot of sugar, and it still tasted kind of bitter, right? And over time, I've gradually worked towards, it was the more like probably half and half. And then it was like 70%, and then it was 85%, and then 90%, and now it's 100%. Although it's not even 100%, but it's at least lacking sugar, right? It's got some adulterants in it, certainly. If it was unadulterated, it'd be $15 instead of $4 for 1.7 ounces, by the way. Or it'd be $12. It'd be almost triple the price if the ingredients said cocoa beans and nothing else. It'd be $15 fucking. That's how that works. So initially, Moloch's machine has set the person up to require an enjoyable, entertaining, fulfilling, rewarding experience. Well, when the person is transitioning from unhealthy food that is entertaining to healthy food that gives the body sustenance, it's not possible for that enjoyment cannot exist because the body has not yet been able to create that association, right? This is the idea of an acquired taste, right? Well, if you make yourself eat dark chocolate, 100% dark chocolate every day for a month later, it will taste delicious. For 3 weeks, you'll probably be like, damn, this shit's bitter. And eventually your body will figure it the fuck out. Oh, there's high levels of nutrition in this. And it will begin to taste delicious. That's how that works. So when the person asks me, but how does it taste? I say, you ain't ready. If you're worried about the taste, you ain't ready for this. Because I was so ill that food itself made me sick, meaning in the process of discovering what could I even eat without making myself even more ill than I already was, taste was of no relevance whatsoever. It's like, can we choke this down? Yes or no? You know, will my body accept this without becoming even more ill than we already are? Right. The taste is irrelevant. Who cares what it tastes like? Meanwhile, the body, once it discovers what's in there, it will begin to taste good. That's how that works. Nobody has a sip of beer and says, wow, this tastes good. Eventually, the body figures out, oh, there's something in there that will intoxicate us. And eventually, the taste is acquired, whether it's wine, beer, or spirit. Same thing with coffee. Oh, there's antioxidants and caffeine in this. Begins to taste delicious on some level. See, it doesn't have a taste. It has a taste to me in relation to what state of being I'm existing in. Again, it's backwards. It's the idea that the compound has a static taste. No, it doesn't. The compound, the taste of the compound is situational in relation to me and how I express in this moment. It's backwards. Backward. How does it taste? Well, that depends on you, sir. Are you asking how it tastes to me? Delicious. Well, but I'm in a state of literal semi-starvation. So guess what? Everything I eat tastes delicious. Doesn't matter what it is. Because my body just wants calories at this point. Or back then, rather. So somebody will say, well, what do we eat? I say, that's your problem. What I'm saying is everything you know to be bad for you, knock it the fuck off. Oh, but we like going to fast food. I don't give a fuck. Do you think when I'm expressing consistent with my nature that I'm even capable of concerning myself with your stupid fucking feelings with respect to what you like to do? By the way, that part of you that you think has preferences and likes things is dead anyway. Doesn't even exist, only exists as a delusion. Now I'm going to devolve my own self enough to concern myself with what you like to do. Oh, but I like to go to fast food. Who cares? I'm talking about the alpha and omega, the source of everything, and you're gonna come to that force with, but I like to go to fast food. Are you a child? Who or what gives a flying fuck about what you like to do? Oh, Moloch's machine gives a fuck. Because that Moloch's machine gets a lot of mileage out of playing on your stupid fucking feelings and preferences. Oh, but we like to go get a biscuit. Like my mama, oh, I like to go get a biscuit. Who cares what you like to do? I'm talking about things that actually matter. Yeah, you also like to serve delusion, death, depravity, decadence, and destruction. So what relevance am I going to assign to what you like to do? Are you crazy? Come at me with, but I like to do this. Okay, great. I used to like to do that also. I now know that that's death. That's death, putting that in your body. How can you put that in your body and view yourself as a serious person? A fucking biscuit from Hardee's or Carl's Jr. Meanwhile, yeah, I used to eat those biscuits too sometimes. Sure did. I also happen to simultaneously be in the process of trying to check the fuck out of here by drinking alcohol in an attempt to kill my physical organs. And I was also eating fucking biscuits out of Hardee's. They were delicious, by the way. What do you think that shit's going to taste like? Well, it's going to taste pretty good, but it's going to also be like, it's going to have a weird chemical taste to it. There's going to be something detectable in the flavor. I'm going to be like, yeah, something just ain't quite right here. But yeah, it has a strong, enjoyable taste. Right. to some degree, but not quite right. And then the oils will make me sick, literally. Not, by the way, not in 10 years, now. So I consumed all the bad oils for long enough that they eventually made me sick. Now, other things also made me sick. So now I've reached the state of health where the unhealthy oils make me sick immediately. Right? Now, can I tolerate some small amount of, it's like, yeah, I was eating dark chocolate that probably did have a small amount of palm oil in it. It didn't that ill, but it made me later on where I was like, something ain't right here. Like, what's going on? Just sort of just a general feeling of something ain't quite right. What is that? What's a little bit of palm oil in your 90% dark chocolate, sir? Now here's how I suspect the 100% doesn't have palm oil is because for 1.7 ounces, Walmart charges $4.44. For 3.5 ounces of 90% chocolate, they charge the exact same price. So I get twice as much 90% for the same money. That doesn't make any sense. Well, if part of what's in the 90% is some of it is not, in fact, coconut butter or cocoa butter, some of what they're calling cocoa butter is actually palm oil, right? It's just somehow they've legally figured out how to get away with calling it cocoa butter. It's like, okay, what is the highest percentage of what legally constitutes cocoa butter? How much of that can actually be palm oil without us having to list palm oil as an ingredient? Based on what our legal team is telling us, by the way, which is also in part based on what? Benito Mussolini corporate fascism, meaning, well, some of these people who work for the FDA, they know we will hire them and quadruple their salary at some point in the near future. So they know it's in their best interest to not get us in trouble based on the knowledge of, well, probably this chocolate bar actually contains enough palm oil that they should have to declare it as an ingredient. But I'm willing to look the other way because I'm going to go to work for I'm at least going to go to work in this industry at some point in the future after I retire from the FDA, by the way. That's Benito Mussolini corporate fascism. That's what that is. And I don't mean, anyway, the writings attributed to Benito Mussolini more correctly. That's what that is, folks. And it's real within a delusion. Or within delusion, more correctly. Hang on. Wrestling with my logs here, which don't seem to understand that I've been driving for the last hour and a half and not off duty. So now I guess I got to go on duty so I can go off duty. It's kind of strange, but whatever. Off duty. There we go. Now we can go off duty. Oh, goodness, a little step there. A little bit of stiffness in the old joints there. That won't last, but and again, everything that's not specifically the most super intelligent force of love possible, the highest levels of vibrational energy and creation, will not survive this place. So that's the only thing that is able to last. And in fact, is unable to not last. Right? And there's only even experience the concept of limitation in time and place via delusion of its own creation, by the way. Imagine creating one's own entire realm of delusion for oneself and then inhabiting it. Well, that seems to be what's happening. As far as I can tell, that's what's happening. You know, more or less out of a Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk who's unable to conceptualize or fear, you know, what potential calamities or difficulties could result from such an arrangement. Has no concept, so seems to make sense that such an entity or force would then easily see its creative force perhaps subverted into creating delusion and then inhabiting said delusion based on the existence of antithesis, right? Makes sense to me. What say you? Oh man, yeah, I'm quite sore. Stretching out the tissues here. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. But and what I've noticed is I've picked up a range of motion. My range of motion has increased in my shoulder. Oh yeah, good times. I guess it's probably about time to check the battery levels on the earbuds, which serves as my microphone. Let's see where we're at here. 30%. So we'll go ahead and switch. One moment, please. We'll switch. We'll charge these and use a different set. So these are my new 10. Check. Mic check. Let me know how the audio is. The microphones on this set of earbuds are probably not quite as good as the one that's now charging. Yeah. Thanks, Sam. Well, you know what? It makes the frequency of live streaming and the volume. It makes the driving goes by way more faster. And for me particularly, I'm able to stop for bathroom breaks way less frequently. Left to my own devices, I find it difficult to last more than maybe an hour and a half without stopping to urinate. So sometimes I make it like 3 hours if I'm just running my yap the whole time. So, yeah, appreciate you listening. Yeah, it's been a lot, certainly. Oh, but how's my audio? Anybody? Does that sound all right? Orton calling Orson, come in, Orson. Damn, I'd like to have another round of eggs, but I'm not really. This is not the appropriate place to do that, so I guess we'll roll on down the road. Probably use more caffeine, but that's all right. Although I do have, yeah, I'm going to save that. I got an emergency bottle of Starbucks 48-ounce bottle of coffee, pre-made coffee from Walmart, and that's just in case I end up parking overnight where there's not a place to buy coffee when I start my day. So just in case, I have that. Now, I am going to Walmart either today or tomorrow, so technically, I would be safe to break into it. But then, am I really going to have 16 ounces of it and save the rest for later? That doesn't seem realistic. That would be way too much caffeine to drink that whole bottle right now. Yeah. Audio, anybody? Sounding okay? I'm going to assume, unless y'all tell me otherwise, I'm going to assume I sound okay. Garbled? It's definitely not a connection issue, unless I just happen to break up. So I might have to find. I know I have 3 sets of earbuds now. I know, and again, we're not critiquing it. I just want to know if I can be understood, right? And so this is where, and not to criticize anybody, but this is where we've gotten into trouble in the past when I was doing the streams from the hotel. I'm not asking. I'm asking, is it acceptable? Meaning, you're able to understand what I'm saying. I'm not asking. And again, I know I have a certain tone of voice, but what I'm questioning is, can I be clearly heard? Not, a critique of the overall sound quality, if that makes sense. Because what's happened before is sometimes I'm actually on the microphone of the phone, and I think I'm on my earbuds, but I'm so fucking loud, right, that the phone mic still picks me up. It's just the quality's so bad when that happens that like half the people leave the stream, if that makes sense. And then I realize, oh, that's right, my earbuds aren't connected. Okay, good deal. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's hism. I hear you on that. Well, and I'm only asking because I've never used this particular set of earbuds. I've never broadcasted with the built-in mics, because the ones I use for all these streams are a little more expensive, and they have 4 microphones instead of 2. So it's 2 mics, on each side of my head versus 1 mic on each side of my head. If that makes sense. And so the final answer, right? The answer to why is any of what I'm talking about worth doing is because to not do it is to spiritually affirm the invalidity of the source of creation and to validate the antithesis as actually supersedent of the actual source of all creation, including antithesis itself. And there's no middle ground. Every new moment within this simulation, here it is, now it's gone. Here it is, now it's here, now it's gone. Now it's here, now it's gone. Or, however we could even experience and describe the present moment. In that moment, my creative force that never lies dormant always brings something new into existence, and whatever that is can always be judged to be in one of 2 categories, either in service of my own nature, the source of creation, or in service of the antithesis of my nature. So in a binary system, that would be the antithesis would be a 0. It's nothing. And the thesis would be the 1 or the something, right? And there has to be something, right? So it seems to me like there can be either no proposition, no thesis, and then there can be no antithesis. That's one possibility. Or we can have proposition, thesis, creation, and antithesis. It's not possible So it's one of two possibilities. It can't be, it has to be one or the other exclusively. So if seemingly something exists, right, and I'm a part of that something, there has to be antithesis. There has to be. And that's what's happening here. The realm in which we live was created by the something, the force, the source of all creation, created this place based on antithesis, based on delusion. And that's the only reason. The fact that you are able to experience anxiety, the fact that you are able to experience fear proves that this place is a delusion. It proves that your life is experienced in relation to delusion. Because I'm here to tell you and testify that in the last 3 weeks, I've experienced almost no stress, almost no struggle, almost no worry. Now, I've experienced a limited amount, only based on what? My own folly or error. What was my folly or error was to temporarily identify with anything other than my own nature, having about 3 weeks ago finally had a direct experience, a bell that's unable to be unrung. I know exactly what the fuck I am. I am the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy, but not in a fake it till you make it kind of way, not in a because somebody told me kind of way. No, because I've experienced it and I know it, and I'm not able to unknow it. Now that I know it, I cannot unknow it. All right, super trucker. Were you really going to go 63? Well, I bet you're not going to go 58. I bet you're not finna go 58, Bubba. 55, super trucker? We got super trucker wanting to follow us to the promised land. Ah, yes, 55, too slow. 63, just right. 55, too slow, huh, Bubba? Well, ride me to the promised land and save a little on fuel with your long-nosed Pete there. Even though you're bobtailing, still want to try to save on fuel there, Bubba? Come on. Driving around in that very, very fuel inefficient big rig because of your self-image. Got to have them stacks. Got to have that old school iron. Want to follow behind me and save fuel at 63? That don't sound like very old school, big bad rootin' tootin' individual cutting his own path boldly through the world. That don't sound like it. Gonna try to follow behind a slow truck to save on fuel. Come on now, Bubba. Which one is you? Are you the image? Don't seem like you are based on your actions there, Bubba. Want to follow behind me? 63. What's the point of buying that old school iron? Are you gonna follow slow trucks? That's crazy, partner. That's crazy. That's dead. Well, middle ground doesn't exist. Mindful exposures. Middle ground does not exist. Only thesis and antithesis. And antithesis only exists in relation to thesis and only because it has to exist. There is no middle ground. It does not exist. It's not a thing. Now, within a delusion, are you able to, it exists as a concept within a delusion, certainly, but strictly speaking, it's not a thing. Everything either affirms thesis or antithesis. Everything either affirms the validity of creation or the validity of the antithesis of creation, right? That's what I mean by there is no middle ground. So if a person believes that they're in a middle ground, but that because they're not directly serving evil or wickedness or things that are bad or wrong,
that is to serve the antithesis. Only by affirming through the active direction of the creative force that never lies dormant is one able to affirm what they are. And to fail in any moment to affirm exactly what I am is to affirm the potential validity of the antithesis of what I am. That's what I mean by there's no middle ground. So I can certainly falsely believe that, well, I'm playing this middle ground, and when the time is right, I will finally get my shit together and put my house in order. That serves Moloch's machine, and that serves delusion, that serves death, that serves destruction. The human defaults to the subversion of their creative force. That's what I mean by no middle ground. Only by taking ownership of my creative output in each new moment am I able to express my nature, right? And that's how I've been so bold as to say, of course, I'm able to perfectly express the nature of Christ in a given moment. Of course I am. And that's what Moloch's machine, and that's what religion tells me I can never achieve. Because they say, well, Jesus did that, and he did it every moment of his life. You can't ever express that every moment of your life. Well, that's not the standard, sir. The standard is the only thing that exists is the now. And if you're here to tell me that in any given now I can't express the nature of Christ consciousness, you're a liar. You're either stupid or you're lying. The standard is a false premise of if I don't, Moloch says if you don't perfectly practice every new now moment of your life like Jesus supposedly did, you're null and void. I say absolutely not. The only thing that we know to exist within this delusion that there even is a time and a space and a place is the now. Right here, right now. You're telling me in the right here, right now, I can't perfectly express my nature? Fuck you. If you're telling me that over a bazillion moments that might comprise a history of a discrete being and a performance we're calling Benton, I'll tell you that's dead. That's a delusion. The notion of a Benton that performs and creates a historical record over time, that's dead. That's a you created something static, and you're referring to an extrapolated static image that can never, ever be alive in the first place. That's what a graven image is, by the way. It's to take what I am as an expression in the now and to say, okay, we're going to observe that over time, and that's going to be an image, and we're going to judge the image. Sure, you're not. Because that image can never represent me, because what I am is living, manifested, creative truth now. Anything that's not that can never be me and can never what? Represent me. Even my own biography, my own memories, my own name, my own history, my own ancestors, my own bloodline. None of that can ever correctly be what I am in this moment now. It's dead. So what religion does, dead ass religion, and I don't mean dead ass in the way that the kids say dead ass. I mean religion, which is a dead thing, tells me, the source of all creation and life, by the way, my essence, in a delusion, a dead thing tells me, well, actually, sir, there was a historical Jesus. He perfectly, we created an image of a historical Jesus, by the way, a dead thing. How can an image of a historical Jesus ever be anything but a dead thing? It can't. That's a dead thing. So you're telling me now, based on how I exist in relation to death, I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. I'm never defined in relation to death. Death is defined in relation to me within a delusion. For what I am will never experience or know death. Lo here, lo there, the gnashing of teeth. We did this in your name, Lord. We did that in your name. Why are you destroying us? I never knew you, meaning you were never of my nature. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk. I can't conceptualize this death you refer to. I can't form a concept of this historical Jesus who supposedly perfectly practiced in each new moment for the entirety of his life. And now we put a picture on a wall. That's dead. That's dead, followers of death. All they that hate me love death. That's what that means, folks. And I'm supposed to be this animated. I'm supposed to be this on fire. I'm supposed to be this energized because that's how serious this is. And that's how powerful this preaching is. And that ain't a choice. That ain't a church you can join until you join your own essence inside of you. Guess what? God's love. Love is the most super intelligent force of creation. And where is that to be found? Inside of you. The kingdom of God is within you. What else do you need to know to move forward? What else is there to know? What else do you need to know other than all of that? Huh? Huh? So you gonna give me a historical Jesus, and I'm gonna say that's dead, homie. Now, do I believe there was such a person? Yeah, I sure do. Them's two different things. If Jesus Christ is Lord, that can't never be a dead thing. How can there ever be life to an image that's in reference to a distillation or an extrapolation of how a person lived every moment of their life? How can that ever be a living? It can't. That can only ever be a dead thing within a delusion, folks. So tell me again how I'm not capable of perfectly manifesting Christ in the now. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? I'm not. Might be doing something that some people might think is a good imitation of craziness. Of course, in any given new moment, I can absolutely fully express the nature of Christ because that's my nature. If I can get out of my own way in a heaven or hell realm, manifesting as a hell realm, a delusion within a delusion within a delusion, fractalized delusion, if I can surrender spiritually and get the fuck out of my own way good enough to allow it to express in the now, how can I not express that? For it is my nature. And that shouldn't be a revolution. But in relation to delusion, death, and destruction, it's certainly the risen Christ, the resurrected Christ within me, certainly represents a revolution by comparison now, doesn't it? That is the perfected path. That is the perfected path. Tell me again what there is to fear. Tell me again what there is to be anxious about. Tell me again what there is to worry over. Huh? What's that you say? A tariff? A government? A Trump? Death within delusion? How am I going to fear death within a delusion? America is dead. It never lived. It only ever existed in a delusion, as a delusion. America never drew a breath. America never lived for one moment. Is greatness a dead thing? Is it possible to make a thing that never experienced life? Can you make it great again? How can anything dead that never lived ever have ever been great for one moment? Does that make sense to anybody? America never drew its first breath. So what do you want me to do? It's lying dead on the ground. You want me to go over there and breathe life into it? Is that what you want me to do? Get the paddles. The patient's flatline. He's laying on his back on the floor. Should I go over there and breathe life into him? Make him great again? America's dead because it never lived, and it never ever will have the capacity to be alive. Is it possible for a dead thing to be great? So tell me again how we're going to make America great again, or how you're going to make America great again, or how Trump's going to lead the people into greatness again. This is the end of our elaborate plans. The end. Actually, I kind of messed that up. I'll never look into your eyes again, because I never did, because they never existed. They only seemed real in a waking dream delusion. Only one phenomenon exists, and that's the source of all creation, the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy. And for that to exist, its antithesis must also exist. And that's how we all got here, is via the delusion that in fact it may be possible that what I am is not greater above all. And that in fact it could be possible for a nation to be great within a delusion. Not possible, folks. There was never a possibility of American greatness. It's never existed. The potential for a nation to be great never happened. That's a waking dream delusion that you were signed on to when your parents sacrificed you to Moloch. And we're going to, by God, we're finna read it. If I can manage to keep this boat on the road. Hang on. We're going to read it. We're going to read it. Give me a minute. We finna read it, y'all. If I can find it. And not get in trouble for using my phone. Because Lord knows the AI is watching me and going to report back to the company what I'm doing. Oh, he's looking at his phone. And he's tapping on his phone again, looking at it. Howl Part 2. And he thinks I said a name. Allen Ginsberg Howl Part 2. It still thinks I said the name, like somebody's proper name. Anyway, how silly. All right, here we go. Hang on. Scrolling down. I probably should just read the whole damn thing. So remember, Moloch you can replace with the delusion that you exist in. But I'll read it as Moloch. And I will skip, there's a couple of sexual parts. I'll skip those. Moloch. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hang on. What sphinx of cement and aluminum bashed open their skulls and ate up their brains and imagination? Moloch, solitude, filth, ugliness, ash cans, and unobtainable dollars. Children screaming under the stairways. Boys sobbing in armies. Old men weeping in the parks. Moloch, Moloch, nightmare of Moloch. Moloch the loveless. Mental Moloch. Moloch the heavy judger of men. By the way, your parents sacrificed you to this literal pagan deity when you were a child. A burnt offering sacrifice of an innocent, spiritually perfect child. That's what this place is, folks. Make no mistake. Moloch, the incomprehensible prison. Moloch, the crossbones, soulless jailhouse, and Congress of sorrows. Moloch, whose buildings are judgment. Sounds like a church to me. Moloch, the vast stone of war. Moloch, the stunned governments. And now, hang on, I can't even drive and continue on because now they're pacing me again back there. Yeah, I'm really the slowest truck on the road. I know you find that hard to believe, but I'm really going this slow, sir. I'm just going as slow as I have to go. It's the only way I can guarantee that I won't speed down the hills. The company's told me not to speed. Moloch, whose mind is pure machinery. Moloch, whose blood is running money. Moloch, whose fingers are 10 armies. Moloch, whose breast is a cannibal dynamo. Moloch, whose ear is a smoking tomb. Moloch, whose eyes are 1,000 blind windows. Moloch, whose skyscrapers stand in the long streets like endless Jehovah's. Moloch, whose factories dream and croak in the fog. Moloch, whose smokestacks and antenna crown the cities. Moloch, whose love is endless oil and stone. Moloch, whose soul is electricity and banks. Moloch, whose poverty is the specter of genius. Moloch, whose fate is a cloud of sexless hydrogen. Moloch, whose name is the mind. Moloch, in whom I sit lonely. Moloch, in whom I dream angels. Crazy in Moloch. Degenerate sexual activity in Moloch. Lack love and without sex in Moloch. Moloch, who, and I had to change some of that to keep the same meaning. Moloch, who entered my soul early. That's the sacrifice, by the way. Moloch, who entered my soul early because my parents offered me up to Moloch, this system of things, as an innocent, spiritually perfect child. And that was the process whereby I began to be indoctrinated to strongly identify with this realm of delusion. Moloch entered me early, right? You're going to tell me Allen Ginsberg, a homosexual, criminal, performer of criminal acts, Jay, didn't know what the fuck this place was? You going to tell me the synagogue of Satan doesn't know what this place is? Who better to ask to describe what this place is? Who better? Moloch, in whom I am a consciousness without a body. Huh. That seems to line up with what old Benton's been saying. If I'm the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, that's a consciousness without a body. Only in Moloch do I have this body. Interesting. Or seemingly, I should say. Interesting. Interesting. Moloch, who frightened me out of my natural ecstasy. What would I be were I not offered up to Moloch? What would I be had I not entertained this delusion? Would I not still be fully inhabiting and experiencing my own natural ecstasies, of which I am the source of all of such? Ecstasy, or bliss, or nirvana. Interesting. I just want you to be happy, my mother says to me, who offered me up to Moloch as a baby, and I was repelled by this when she's told me this. I just now have realized, mother, what I am is incapable of experiencing anything other than happiness. Don't you get it? What I am can experience nothing other than exactly that. In fact, you offered me up to the mechanism whereby I'm able to experience states other than happiness. Now, you did not know you were doing this, and in fact, that was also done to you. But that is what has happened, mother. And what I am can only forgive. What I am is not capable of punishment or wrath or revenge or resentments. But within this realm of delusion, I'm certainly free to improperly identify and experience such, but only within a delusion, in service of a realm operated via a pagan deity, Moloch, right? And if you need the visuals, you could probably, there's probably the clip from the movie Howl, starring James Franco as Allen Ginsberg. You can probably watch this being described, and then it's there's an animated, visuals to go along with the descriptions. And I won't even read the rest of it right now. It's there if anybody wants to check it out. But not because we want to uplift Allen Ginsberg, not because we need to identify with Allen Ginsberg, because of the ideas presented. That's why. There's no, what is the use of killing Allen Ginsberg? He's already dead. Does he really need to be character assassinated? Right? Perhaps not. Yes, sir, I'm really driving this slow. There's no reason to tailgate me. And I'm only going this slow because if I go any faster, every truck tailgates me because they want to look at their screens because that's all they care about. These people are so strongly identified with their delusion specific to them that they will do whatever must be done in any given 24-hour period to continue to look into that screen. And how much of what they identify to be them via their delusion is now contained in that screen. Their own social media, right? Their own, how they present themselves to everyone in their peer groups via social media. That's dead, by the way. It's dead, of course. But to them, in many ways, that's the most real thing about them, is how do they come across to their peer groups on social media. In some ways, that's the most real thing about them from their perspective. And tell me again how it's a real realm and in fact does not exist as a delusion. Tell me again. And these are what the people are doing. But it's not, it's actually, it's real, and a loving, benevolent, humanized Heavenly Father made it all for me and you to live in and enjoy. But then a serpent came around and people were convinced to let the world fall into what it's fallen into. Or was it created as this? See, which one makes more sense to you? Outside of how your peer groups tell you that makes sense. See, can you even separate yourselves from how you're viewed? Can you separate yourself from, well, there's shame and fear and guilt potentially attached to if I'm willing to even entertain some of these ideas that Benton is speaking on? How may I lose face, right? What could happen to me negatively? Well, I don't know. Let me see how much drive time I've got. Yeah, we got plenty of drive time, I think. Maybe not. Hang on, I got to get the clocks to update. Clocks still think we've been off duty instead of driving. I actually don't know how much time we have. If I drive too slow, we might not get there. Might have to speed it up a little bit. This is 5 more hours. What time did I start? It's 3 now. I started at 11. 10:30. It's 4.5 hours. Yeah, this says 5 hours to get there. So yeah, I should be okay. Gotta make sure I don't go so slow that I don't get there today. Later, mindful exposures. Thanks for being here. Enjoy your rest if that's on the agenda. Assuming that's what's about to happen. So what exactly is there for me to do in this place? One thing and one thing only: to express my nature in each new moment. And contained within my nature is what? Christ. What Christ is contained within what I am. Christians. The building where you go to church, that belongs to Moloch. What I am, in the final analysis, when presented with your building where you went to church, says, I never knew anything about that. Meaning, I only affirm what is consistent with my own nature. If it ain't me, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If it's not I am, I don't know what it is. If it's not I am, I can't experience it except within this delusion. And that's only by the idea or thought experiment that I'm even able to identify with anything outside of myself or what I am. The idea that, oh, well, God was lonely. Well, no, he wasn't. Number one, he's not a he. Number two, he can't experience loneliness. So shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Oh, well, in the beginning, God must have been lonely because he made it. Wait, no, he won't. Number one, no, he's not. It's not a he. And number two, God can never know loneliness. All potential creation exists within that force. Only the antithesis has any notion of what loneliness by comparison might look like at the level of what? A proposition. By the way, a proposition in answer to a proposition. A proposition that lacks the ability to even propose itself unless the proposition of creation itself, that force that created it all, the source of everything, antithesis had to wait around for that force, right? And that's even only within the context of the delusion of a time and space. So no, a heavenly father, a man in the sky, was not waiting around lonely and finally said, I think I'll make me some people to worship me, right? What I am never knows the absence of a state of worship. Worship is contained within what I am. Moloch, to which I was sacrificed, but I wasn't, because what I am cannot be sacrificed to Moloch. So let's be clear. The delusion that there exists a being known as Benton came into this delusion via the delusion that it's possible to break off a chunk or a piece of the larger force that's indivisible and can never be made to be divided against itself. Because if it can be made to be divided against itself, it cannot stand, as the Bible shows us, right? Back to the book of Job. Hey, antithesis, have you considered my servant Job? If he can be made to divide himself, to attempt to stand against himself, meaning my nature, his nature, fuck him. We don't need him then. Because if he can stand against himself, how was he ever the kingdom of the Most High in the first place. And that kingdom certainly resides within Job. Have at him. If you can do anything to him to make him curse his own nature to its own face, fuck him. I never knew him in the first place then. I guess I was mistaken. Namaste rescinded. Right. Every new moment within a delusion, what I am experiencing the delusion that it's possible for what I am to even experience limitation in the form of a Benton with a history and a set of experiences in a place that does not even exist. This delusional realm that does not in fact exist, a waking dream, unreal, surreal, all right? Correct identification is all that matters. Because when correctly identified, I am incapable of error, but only in that moment. In the next moment, guess what is there? The potential to be in error by improperly identifying. The only thing that we can prove exists or that we know exists at the level of access, again, within a delusion, within delusional concepts, right? Within the idea that time and space exists and that what I am can even be, a chunk of that can be broken off of the larger indivisible force. See how far afield we already are? But within, if I'm willing to entertain all of that, and certainly what I am is, unless what I am was willing at some point now to entertain the existence of the possibility or the existence of all of this, right? To entertain these notions at all. So it seems to me like antithesis would say, well, how do you even exist, proposition? How is there something, right? How is there proposition without anti-proposition? How is there thesis without antithesis? And I guess I would have to say, yeah, you're right. How is there? I guess there's not. So challenge accepted, hold my beer, poof! This realm now exists. It did not exist, now it exists. Bam, there it is. That's how powerful I am. What I am is able to, in an instant, this realm now exists in an instant. Poof, here it is. Poof, here we all are. In each new moment, poof, here it is. So in each new moment, the potential for me to express perfectly, fully, and without error, in full perfection of creation, that potential exists in each new moment, as does antithesis, or the potential in each new moment for me to express in error, in folly. By failing to express consistent with proper identification within myself, which is my own nature. That is the simulation. The simulation is a series of offers. Hey, are you sure you want to identify with something other than Moloch's machine? Hello, sir. Wouldn't you like to continue to identify with Moloch's machine? Sir, I'm the paperclip from your fucking Windows machine, and wouldn't you like? We see that you've In each new moment, going back for many, many years, you identified with the zero and Moloch's machine and your job and your education and your biography. Would you like to continue to do so? That's what each new moment is. That's what this place is. It is a simulation. And until the person can tell you exactly what's being simulated, how can they tell you it's a simulation? And because I'll just say what's being simulated. And if they can't answer that question, they don't fucking know that it's a simulation. I know it's a simulation on those levels in that context. It's a series of mathematical experiments in a spiritual war, in a delusion, fractalized delusion, Russian nesting dolls of delusion. I am the way, I am the truth, I am the light. No one comes unto the Father or creation or the kingdom except through me. The kingdom of that force is where? Within me. The only way out is through. That's the entirety of the thing. Forget about external factors. Go inside. That's what the I am is. When properly identified, I am all of that. That's what is to be discovered. That's what defeats delusion. Only if I'm willing to even consider that delusion is defeatable or would need to be defeated. Delusion only exists in relation to what I am. I can never exist in relation to death and what delusion purports itself to be. If delusion convinces me to always define myself in relation to what delusion purports to be, delusion has me. Moloch controls and operates me via psychology if I don't understand that I can never possibly, what I am can never exist in relation to this realm of delusion, death, destruction, depravity, and decadence. That's not possible. That can never happen. It happens seemingly when I refuse to correctly identify in a rebellious way and default to what? Affirming a proposition that can never be the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of creation. Love! Only when I turn my back on my own nature in each new moment by identifying with what? My job, my paycheck, my bank balance, how I talk, how people view me, what I did as a child, who my parents are, where I'm from, where I grew up. That's all dead. It never had life. Ever for one moment. It only ever existed in a waking dream within a delusion, fractalized delusion, Russian nesting dolls of delusion. None of that can ever limit me because I am the quickening spirit. Transcendence is always available in the now via quickening of spirit. Always. I can never lack the potential in any new moment to quicken my spirit and thus move beyond the limitations that seemingly exist in each new moment. Therefore, I'm free to live as I choose. And in all scenarios, I have access to a perfect technology that can never fail. No matter what environs I find myself in within the delusion. No matter what. Because what I am can never know defeat. If this realm, I've been saying this for years and did not even fully understand what I meant. If this realm could defeat me, it would have done so by now. I can never be defeated by this realm. It's not possible. I can choose to identify with defeat within the realm. That's possible. But what I am is incapable of experiencing defeat, full stop. Certainly not because of this bitch ass realm. This realm bitch ass. This realm bitch ass. Trump bitch ass. Biden bitch ass. America bitch ass. Walmart bitch ass. Amazon bitch ass. They some bitches. How about you? Shout out to Kim before the storm, who understood my meaning perhaps more than I did when I said, hey man, I'm not the final boss of this shit. If you can't get past me, you in trouble, partner. And he seems to have fucked right off and, you know, accessed whatever he needed to access inside of himself. And on to bigger and better. Good on you, sir. As have I. Namaste, motherfucker. Namaste. Because if whatever was in Kim to make him do that, that's either what's in me or that's a pretty damn good imitation. One of the two. Kudos to you, sir. By the way, whatever my silly little feelings might be towards Kim, whatever my silly little preferences might be, who cares? What does that have to do with anything if the man is actually doing what I would want him to do, meaning based on if he is in fact the same thing that I am? That's what he's seemingly doing what I would want him to do, which is the same thing I would want myself to do were I him. Oh, wait a minute, the actual golden rule, perhaps? In a way, in a way. Or a loving of one's, what at one point represented one's enemies, and probably vice versa, but only temporarily. Only temporarily. Let's see if we can occupy one of these fuel islands long enough to, actually probably ought to get fuel while we're here, but long enough to make the eggs. And I do need to potentially air up one of the tires on the tractor. And I might restart the old tablet and see if it'll come back to life and figure out what the fuck's going on. Perhaps. The fuck is all this? Can't even get in this motherfucker. Where is the fuel? I don't know because people are parked everywhere. Oh, there it is. Can't even hardly drive into this motherfucker. All right, it's pretty dead. I'm going to risk blocking the fuel, and we'll keep an eye out if we need to pull up here in a bit. How about that? Keep an eye out. I didn't even turn the engine off. Although I guess that's probably a good place to stop, although I might come back for another one. I'm so close to the building, I don't know that I want to be hooping and hollering, but I don't know, it probably doesn't matter. Fuck it. I just yurted the stream. Oh, I don't know. I probably ought to call it a night. From the 5 hours is good enough. Thanks for watching. Bye.